in the afternoon. You could call in. The number to call is 340-773-0390. 773-0490. You could call in and speak anything on your mind. You know, I always got a lot to say. I always got a lot to read to the people. It's unconscionable what's taking place in the Virgin Islands. Hold on, too tight. Yeah, it's crazy. It's totally ridiculous that all people could continue doing the same mumu thing year after year after year. Yesterday, I was on Couple Show speaking about the idiotic situation, the mumu situation that continue to happen at the Education Complex High School graduation. Year after year, people with invitation, these max it out. People with invitation cannot get into the graduation when the child is graduating. They show up to the gate and with the invitation in the hand, and they can't get in. How could that be right? And this happening year after year after year. Doesn't it tell the people in charge, look for a different place to keep the graduation? But because we is boss, which any rank could be boss, it don't change. It wreak havoc on people. People by the door crying, parents. Parents come from the States to see their children graduate. People come from the States to see their grandchildren, their niece, their nephew. And these inept, these idiotic mumu that people got in charge, make them can't be part of the graduation. Where else in the world that will take place? I compare this with other places in the world because I travel up and down. You know, I've been blessed. It is crazy. It is crazy. I say if you want to join the conversation, the number is 340-773-0390 or 340-773-0490. This is AM 97X. To me, that's can't be real, man. We want changes and continue to do the same thing over and over. Then these set of mumu will say, I always complaining. Somebody got to speak out against the thing. They call it complaining. I call it speaking so other people could know, so that they could whisper to the dummy them and say this and fix the thing. Because people won't know. People won't know what's going on if everybody stay quiet. As I said, that's like the dog in the sheep pen. He killing all the sheep, them not one sheep bar, not one sheep keep nice. When he jump the goat pen, from time he hold a goat start bawling murder. But no, we got the sheep mentality. Keep quiet. Why were you on the radio talking? Leave the people them alone. No. You're a mumu among you, call them mumu, not idiot. They passed the idiot stage. And I'm getting to that too, you know. I'm getting to that. Okay. Last night, ladies and gentlemen, I had the opportunity to go to the HAS Men Association meeting. It had a good turnout. Enough respect to the HAS man them. I grew up with them. Some of them. I went to school with them. As I tell you, I've been around the business, but I ain't got no house, and I intend to get on at my age. And I like to say condolence to the Christian family, community them. They buried their mother today. She was a principal, really nice lady, Miss Christian. Condolence to them. But last night when I was to the house meeting, I walk away feeling, people, me a hypocrite. And I don't back down. If I believe in something, I gonna stand up and challenge you. Me on track, me care your cost you're gone. I don't back down. I don't care. You're in your position is your position. My position is my position. And I have to applaud the Hassman then. There was no argue. People, this is the first Hass meeting I ever been to in life. In life. Where he had no heap of argument and cussing going on. None. I walk away from that meeting last night feeling so proud of the Hassman them. That all of them could be come together in on the same page basically. When they see the BS that the governor in the crony them want to feed the Hassman them and sing cry. I was so proud of them. I left there feeling proud. Choknai get up and speak. People, when he finished, I rest my case down. When he explained what going on, I rest my case down. I said, ain't nothing more to ask, ain't nothing more to say. When he explained all what they want to give them, they don't want to give them, this is what a husband they want, this is what I used to get. He explained everything. And they, the people that bringing this thing to the Hassman them, their mentality is this, is they ain't had race in 10 years, they're desperate for Hass race. So guess what? We're going to feed them anything. They're going to take it and they're going to run. But this time the Hassman them saying, no. We ain't that dumb and stupid as I think we is. You know, before, and I always going to emphasize this, and I go laugh all the time. And even Chuck say today, he said, you always say, well, me said, take the house them to the fence and go home. So you could talk to the house them, but this time ain't nobody talking to the house. They got to talk to the Hassman them. They got to talk to people who could read and comprehend. So they ain't talking to no house. And that's what I'm proud of. I'm proud that you don't have to tie the house them to the fence. The Hassman them there. They reading it. They see how I trying to dig out the eye and it ain't gonna work. And as I said, they were saying, well, blame the legislature ain't working on it. But the legislature, right? There's so much question, so much thing in that bill that need to be corrected before it could go anywhere. My question was, is this, at the bottom it says, all the policies will be selling SVG. I ain't got a contract here, I don't in the car, but they're going to pay the post them. But it also says supplemented by VA lottery. So if you're paying all the post, then why VA lottery should supplement anything? If you got all this money, you don't have to pay no grocery tax, no excise tax. That's money that the government giving up that they going to use to pay the post them with, you know, people. And these set of smart people say, well, when we make 5 million, we could take the money from the vaccine and pay, increase the post them. My question to them is, how the Hassman gonna know when they reach 5 million? Is it the same VA lottery that they are now gonna be telling the Hassman them when they reach 5 million? How, when they're gonna tell the VA lottery when they reach 5 million? I think, because when you think long, you think wrong. Anybody with common sense will say, listen, if I want to keep a higher VLT, run a higher scheme in dirty game, stay in St. Damos. If I come to St. Croix, I must go under the Casino Commission. Must. Shall, must, everything go under the Casino Commission. There is nothing about the gambling machine, they're making millions. So all of us, if you try at dice, you're going under Casino Commission. So all this hide and seek, nobody know, no regulation will cease. That's my opinion. That's me. They ain't under the Casino Commission. They're under the VI lottery. They ain't gonna pay no excise tax, no gross receipt tax, people. They're gonna get as money to pay the policies. So they ain't losing nothing. They ain't losing a penny. Then they're using this same contract here, people, to build 2 more gambling buildings in St. Damos. It's $12 million to build 2 buildings. So that's telling you how much money they're making. That's $6 million a building for the whole thing. Bust it up. And guess what? When they build them building and put in the machine, them the husband, them ain't getting no money from them neither. What kind of kunumunu? These people think that them in the olden days, they only them could have read and write. They got some brilliant husband, you know. So I don't want people come saying it's a good deal for St. Croix. St. Croix had her space. We should take it now. We don't know what we losing. We know when we don't get how we dog it, ram it. We getting, they want to shaft the husband with no grief. And then they say they love the Virgin Islands. These people don't love these people are crook. Ain't no loving the Virgin Islands. It's cash is king. They say we got a heap of idiots, we gonna ride them. But guess what? The donkey and the mule buck them off. The donkey and the mule buck them off. You ever get a mule wine broken? A donkey? And he put his head down between his legs and he start jumping up and acting crazy? That's what the husband them in St. Croix gonna do this thing the governor sent down. Sorry to say, Brian, you ain't my boy. But this gangster bill ain't gonna run away. And guess what? They said last night, and I was glad that it came up that the last time a St. Croix Judas is who betrayed the people at St. Croix. I name it Judas. He out the legislature, he say he running again. Probably they grease you up well good. So now the husband them saying, well, listen, we still got to continue working on this thing because if it pass, we gonna have to deal with it. And the worrying that there might be a Judas among them, like the last Judas we had. We had a Judas that sell them out the last time. I wonder if he's sleeping good now. I wonder if the money done. The Judas I name me. People are saying, boy, when you come up with these names? So right now the husband them walking a needle because they ain't know if the bill come, if a St. Croix Judas gonna sell them out. Because you know when you got cash gonna make some of them dance on top of their head and they tell you they can't dance. That's what happened. So I'm really elated today. I'm sad for the parents them that couldn't get into the graduation yesterday. I'd like to say congratulations to all the graduates, all. And my heart broke for the parents them that couldn't get in yesterday. And I ain't just talking, you know, because I'm going to read off what somebody write. who was there, who it affect, who went in. That's how I know. And they send it out in writing. It's a shame. In modern time like this, people spend the money to go to the child graduation and can't get in. Because the idiot them living in the past. They don't want to change. But these same people will tell you election coming up and you got to make changes for the people. Which people? You don't changing nothing for yourself. How you want to change for people? You only frauding the people them. This ain't happened this year alone. So I don't know. I don't know why this it should. It's wrong. It's sad. It's sad that all people could continue to do the same stupidness over and over and over again. Until the people rise up and demand changes, nothing is going to take place. Nothing. Nothing at all. Until the people is the problem in the VA, you know. The people is the problem. The people accept BS and they feed it to us all the time. They say, listen, we don't get your BS, I don't eat it, but we're going to feed it to you anyway. Which I think is wrong. Which I think that the people them should stand up for something. And let me, because I make sure the bill is right. That's why BB get up and say, yeah, the only one you give up 800,000 as the base for the post then, but they want to change to 1 million for the year. The revenue is gonna come from the machine. Yeah, to Racino, they're gonna increase the rates them. Oh, line one. Good afternoon, welcome to the show. Good afternoon. I guess the person in there. Anyway, you could call back. You know, as I tell them, it should be a yearly increment. If they're going a bill, invest 12 million more in another bill in the hospital, them should get out the machine. No machine should come in now. Okay. Look like the person trying to call back. Okay, line 2. Good afternoon. Welcome to the show.
Yeah, good afternoon, Coach. It's me, Grant.
Yeah, good afternoon.
Yeah, how you doing?
I'm all right.
Yeah.
You're coming in broken. Yeah.
Yeah. So, you're hosting the show for Miss Moorhead today?
Yes. And I thank Miss Moorhead for allowing me to come in and host her show. I hosted last week and she let me host it again this week.
I want to ask you something. I see on Facebook this morning from Consortium about the opening the refinery again. The governor saying we have deep water harbors, they have storage capacity. Hello?
Yeah, I'm here. Continue.
Yeah, so
well, I don't know if they're looking to open it, but Grant says St. Grey Refinery has national energy value as federal action highlight refinery security. I don't know if they're looking to open it or not, because I didn't read it. I just looked at it just now. Recent federal energy determination strengthened the case for a responsible restart of the refinery operation and St. Croix, arguing that the facility should review not only as a local economic asset, but as part of the United States' broader energy security, fuel logistic infrastructure. Guidelines. Grant, I don't know. Hey, you're coming in broken bad. You probably got to call back. Are your position bad? Okay, no problem. All right. Yeah, listen. I just read what you were. I just went and look it up. What he was reading, what he's speaking about. I don't know. He asking the wrong person because number one, I have no clue. I can't think for the governor, and I don't know what's going on. But I said on a show, and they tell me I mustn't say it. Well, not the show host, but somebody else. Because he tell me he got two candidates running, and I must take his candidate out the clown show, at the donkey show. People, we got 108 aspirants seeking elected office as the 2026 election field takes shape across the VI. 108 people. We got 9 people jacking for governor. 9. So people asking me, oh, so when you're going on the next trip, when you're this, I can't afford to go on the next trip now, people. I gonna miss the show. I got to be in the front seat at the clown show. I must. I ain't going in the back. The people and before me used to sit in the back. They fight for I to be in the front. So when the clown show them start, I want to be in the front. Because some of these people ain't going to place. Some of them probably think it's a game. Some of them jacking for position so that they could get a big walk. All I could do is laugh. And then people got enough to say, well, Fahie, why you don't run? You always criticizing the people in. Why I get more done outside and inside. I keep telling me positive, you know. When positive challenge somebody, they sanction him, you know, in the Senate. I can't be controlled. I can't be sanctioned. I gotta tell people what I did from the outside. And I applaud some of the senators them in the all of them including dummy. But we got some of them who is real dummy. How could you be running for the Senate, people? The Senate, and you got to bring a bill to find the people that you want to vote for you $1,500. Does that make any sense? You could tell me that's a smart individual? That ain't a momo? How could you want to go ask these same people that you wanted to find $1,500, and then if they ain't got the $1,500 to pay the fine, the government could put a lien on their property? Tell me they are idiot. That got to be it epitome a donkey, a momo. I want to the momo juice and chocolate bush tea in your drink. You could imagine that? And this man could got enough to go around and ask these people to vote, give he a vote. But guess what? He know the people are the foreigners like that. They will still vote for him. Me, I don't want to see here he is worse. That's my boy, he ain't personal. But where you thinking, Cap, where your head is, then they'll say, I don't like them. How me like you? When I tell you the bill is a mumu bill, don't bring it. Then you get on the floor and say, you telling the committee here to hold the bill because it needs some work. Hold which bill? And then people might be mad when we say I beating the man on the radio. I promise you, I'm gonna beat you. I promise you, sir. Since it's so stupid. I said, wait, when I read the thing, 00, I forget the number of my head, 36 something, 36007, I think was the number. It failed. It had to fail. It's the poor people. The poor people who own these property. He never tell public work. He never tell public work to go cut the road. He said, no, I gonna put it on the people. The same people who the government owe, plus he, thousands of dollars. He pay the people from 1990, but this momo come in. Say he gonna fine you $1,500. And if you can't pay, the government gonna put a lien on your property. And he still want people vote for he. People are good now your head. This the epitome of momo. It ain't personal. I call it a white seat. You could get mad, you should have get mad when what he need to do. He gonna stop the people who charging $5 when you pay in cash. He ain't bringing no bill for that because they're bigger than he. But you want to trample on the poor people at the Virgin Islands. The people who suck in salt. Then he got Gabriel and they said, let them collect the money. The same public work. Why won't cut the side of the road? They're gonna come out, they're gonna put a team, we're gonna put a team together to send out and then fine you. I wanna know what they're gonna be thinking on. Nobody could have tell this man, listen, don't bring this thing, you know. But you know what? I'm glad that they bring it. So the public 175 beating it, and Fahie, you know what he's talking about. What Fahie saying ain't true. It happened. Election coming up. They still got to know. The people ain't gonna go no heart. What they gonna do? Dig out the people like? I tell you, the lady kept talking to me, say she ain't voting. I said, Miss, you got to vote. She said, no. She said, the past Allah said, I got to work 30 years now. I said, but the law only could be applicable to people who coming in, who in already had a contract. That's fact. Go look it up. They abusing it. If I get the union to go court to challenge it, it cannot stand. They violate your contract, the contract that the government give you when you come and say you're working 20 or 25. They can arbitrarily change it to 30, but the union, they may do not because they waste. That's why when I tell them people don't pay the union, you people tell me, well, Fahie, you got to pay. No! Why you got to, what representation you're getting? They bring a bill, say you got to work, go to 30 or make 60 something. That before that you were in already, that shouldn't affect who in. But nobody want to do no research. Fahie the idiot. I forget me a paper mumu like these people I got skill. I forget me went to a top-notch university, what they call it? A Ivy League school. I went up New England, yeah, but it wasn't Ivy League. I was right across from, I was right out of Brown University. I used to go and walk out on Brown indoor track. Yeah, I used to do that. Right down the road. I live right down the road. I used to run up, go through the right there and go in. and going, but I ain't got a big degree from Yale and Harvard in them. But I got common sense. If that's why probably people say, hey, you know what, Fahie? You attack a lot of sense. You should run for the Senate. Mr. People. You got 310. I close. I ain't hit it yet, but I in there. I in the range. And cruise control. I know when my number gonna come up. and Jah have given me the opportunity to travel the wall, all over. I ain't been on the Asian side yet. That's my next thing. Okay, line two. Good afternoon. Welcome to the show.
Hello.
Yeah, hello.
Oh, you can hear me better?
Yes, yes, loud and clear.
Okay. Yeah, so we were talking about the governor seems like he's proposing reopening the refinery because of what Trump did down in Venezuela. That Provenza have the equipment to refine the heavy crude out of Venezuela. It will be, I guess, financially beneficial for the Virgin Islands. What about the people's health? The health in the Virgin Islands is deplorable. Boy, I just talked to a classmate last week who ended up in Snyder Hospital. He went into a diabetic coma. Man, tell me you wake up in ICU. Now you're bedridden. So you're gonna have to have a bedpan when you need to go.
Right.
Man, say you ringing the buzzer, they come in 2 hours later. He in the bed, done mess, and he's still sitting there. He said one day he should still come to visit him. When he catch himself, he watching his sister face, his makeup. He said when he look around, he bed full of roach. In a hospital. Have they got a pathologist yet and St. Croix to do autopsy? Are they still sending bodies over to?
More than likely, they're still sending bodies. I see they're pulling up the mug right there by Kentucky in Golden Rock, between First Bank and Kentucky. The trailer them that they had at the port for the longest, they put them up there now. And they're supposed to be temporary, but people know what temporary mean. It means for the next permanent. 20, 30, yeah, permanent, yes.
Have they put up quality air monitors? Anytime any release come out from which is Port Hamilton now, the Anguilla landfill catch a fire. Have DPNR put up quality air monitors so they could know what the particulate matter of the carcinogens in the air? To tell people if you live downstream and this happening, you have to relocate temporarily because what people gonna do? Close the windows?
I don't know. Do they have these monitors?
When you land on your roof and come and wash it down in the system.
Do they have the monitors?
That's what I'm saying. So you're not concerned about the people's health because these were things that
Grand
years ago.
You got to stop. These people don't care about the people. They care about how much they're gonna get out the deal. Cash is king. We got to stop worrying about them thinking about people. People vote for them because people think that they're gonna do a job. They don't care about us. How much in the deal for them? As we be at a better place than where we is today. The people them only care about cash. And we, the poor idiot them, who's voting and running behind them in the t-shirt, suffer at the end. So don't say if they do this for the people. No. It's not about the people. Plain out. I've been around long enough. I tell you, if the thing said it said 3 is going 10, I close. I've been seeing year after year after year. Look at Wapa. When I think of how Wapa rape and rob and lie and deceive the people, Wapa come up, tell you change all your light bulb, change your fridge, do energy saving. When they get new generator, they get solar, we're going to see light going down. We are going to know high fuel costs. One thing after the next. For years, Wapa getting millions of dollars to fix everything. Not a thing have changed in Wapa. The price keep the price keep going up, and they keep saying, well, we got to pay for the fuel. When they promise the people, well, we don't come off the fuel. Not all complete, but we don't come off. You don't get a reduction. Nothing. So don't say about the people. Say when these rapists and mass robber gangster get their hand in pocket grease, they look the other way.
Well, I guess they're going to learn the lesson because it seems one by one, people getting indicted, people getting convicted, and people are serving time. Government officials. So if they say a red flag that, hey, those days are done.
Grant, let me show you. It ain't done. No. It ain't done. For it to done, you got to get rid of all of them. All. Listen to this.
Well, this is the election.
Grant,
Yes.
Grant. No. The election, they're gonna vote all of them back in. Don't worry. All of them getting back in.
So what you say is the election is Kuromono?
Have you ever listen? Last time who in get back in is who in run, right? Think about it. You see him vote out anybody last time? Okay. I rest my case.
Fredericks and a couple other
Because
people.
they plug in somebody who in run. They ain't vote out nobody. Oh yeah, they vote out K-Part and lie. I just make a mistake. But listen, all people them like it so. They like the pain. Listen, Whopper just gave me money to go buy some more generator. And you will say, well, they got 40 mega. Well, let's buy a 40, 60 mega. They're buying 10 mega. 10. Small but more efficient. And they can't walk.
That's dumb.
I know.
Understand power plant operational principle. You need a big unit as what's called the line unit. The line unit is what's there to protect the other units then if a surge comes in. If a surge comes in for 12 meg, it's knocking out your 10 meg and the rest of them 6 and whatever 9 meg.
Waste of time meg. I call them.
You're back to a black start.
I call it waste of time meg. But wow, it looked like the car dropped.
Hello?
Yeah. Yeah, continue. Yeah, okay. They wasting time. They wasting time. I tell the people, these are the things they sell the people who ain't know what's going on. And the problem never stop. You think they buy them 10 meg. You think the problem gonna stop? No. It's a continuation for somebody get their hand grease. Because the public don't know the full scope.
That happened. If we as operation, this is our job. You want to buy a unit without consulting us, the people who have to work the equipment. We have everything else with GE. You went and buy a Pratt and Whitney. Didn't make sense because the GE have interchangeable parts. So, that going on Whopper, that's how they get kicked back. And like they say, cash is king.
But it's sad while the people suffer. The people, like I gonna keep saying this. This ain't something I make up. This ain't false information I giving the people. This is on Whopper letterhead. August 21st, 2019, Whopper sent it out. That they went into a contract to buy 4 megawatt for St. John with backup battery. That's written. There ain't nothing I prodding the people. No, Carl, now them going to say they were going to buy 3 megawatt. 3, A 2 megawatt and 2.5 megawatt. And all of them could run. And then they say, oh, they could run without. Then they're telling you the 3 megawatt need a step-up transformer. Why you waste money to that? You see the people in the one thing what they're doing. Who is the engineer them? I went to school to be an electrician, but I take electrical. Well, well, I don't know who the electrical engine jackass is in Wapa, but if he went along with some nonsense like that, it tell you why we ain't going to place. Because they were going to buy 24 mega, not me. I got it in writing and Wapa letterhead. And it went through because they said it's a contract they had. I got it. Then they said, oh no, they didn't buy it. So when the 2.7 million went. And now that's 2019, we 2026. And you're going to buy 3 megawatt, people? You see the people in Momo, in idiot and dummy? And they want to just continue the cycle. Okay, we know whenever the big dog drop off, everything gonna go down. So we gonna continue to get our hand grease. We gonna set up this deal for us. To hell with the people. That's how I look at it. Other people could look at it different. But why you don't go from a 4 to a 3? Why? In the place developing. Huh? The place developing 4, 5 years down the road.
You know, you have to leave space for development.
They pay me to be an engine jackass. Come on. No, it can't be common sense when the idiot them ain't using sense. It's common sense to me and you, but not to them. So, and then when I get on the mic and I expose them so the world could hear the kind of idiot we got in control, making decision to keep the people in poverty, to rape and rob the country that they're supposed to be helping. They're mad with me. I am the radio talking about them because if they wasn't so stupid and dumb, I wouldn't got nothing to say about none of them. But guess what? You don't hear none of them would come and say what I saying ain't true. None. Because they can't say. I pull it up for them and show them where I read it. I'll pull it up like the idiot Carlin say, oh, Wapa didn't went do no contract with them, you know. I want to know if he could read. Oh, but you got to read inside in the letter.
They don't realize that you have documentation to substantiate your claims. You just don't be taking things out there.
No, I just don't be blowing out my rail like them. Exactly.
And it wasn't Coach Fahie that made up these documents. These are government issued documents.
No, they think only they alone went to school, sit down in the back of the class for all our people still hear what the professor said. But they don't come and blind out the rear end with no evidence in saying what I saying ain't true because no.
And I remember something from they like to keep the people in poverty.
Yes.
I remember there was an ancient philosopher that said poverty is the parent of crime and revolt. So what's going on right now with the crime situation? You see?
Yes.
So if you keep your people
in ignorance, poverty, ignorance.
Yeah, meaning that you don't want to elevate the educational system. There's no way you shouldn't have trades in the schools. Coach, you should be able to, by the time you graduate from school, wherever the trade is, all the money they get, you're supposed to be able, if you get a certification, they're supposed to give you the tools of your trade as your graduation gift. So that if you want to start your business, you could go there and start working with somebody because once you have the tools, that makes it easier for you to do your job.
Brother,
I bet you the dropout rate will change. When they took trades out of school, carpentry,
mason, plumbing, yeah. Oh, you know, I'm glad you said that because CTEC, and I said I was going to announce it and it slipped my mind because there's so much I think taking. I was so mad that the parents them couldn't get to graduation yesterday that it really slipped my mind. And the CTEC, okay, the CTEC, let me put the young people on notice they could go to CTEC. The CTEC class then what coming up to get a trade.
What is that? Is that some kind of trade school they have?
Yeah, CTEC is down at Complex. I wonder if this is in, man. I don't know. But I got a whole thing. And I promise I'm going to announce it. So that the young people could go and could sign up for it. But I don't know which one is coming in. See, this may be it. Oh, no. I got to look it up before I get off and read it to the people. So that if you're looking at trade, and they got to trade them that they're going to be teaching. And the time. I think it's night classes, though. I think it's night classes. It got to be there. Because the guy sent it to me. And I promise I'm going to read it. I don't know. Oh, right here. See it right here. Post-secondary courses. The post-secondary courses for fall of 2026. August 24th, 2026 to December 17th, 2026. Monday to Thursday, 5:30 p.m. to 8:30 p.m. Early registration, May 18th to May 28th, 2026. Late registration, August 10th, 2026 to August 24th. Course offered. This is for people who want courses in using the hand, cake, decorating, pie making, child development associate, CDA, clothing construction, they teaching electricity, they teaching heating, ventilation, AC, HVAC, Microsoft Office 365, nail technician, natural hair care, braiding, NCCER Co. I don't know what it is. Feliboni, welding. VIDE employee receive 50% off. Receive a special discount for registering early. The registration fee of $250 payable by money order. Individual course price and other detail call 340-778-2216. Let me repeat that. To call 340, you have time to write it down. 778 2216 2216 extension 5903. Extension 5903. Yes, that's what the R fine coming up for the St. Croix Career and Technical Education Center. Post-secondary education evening courses for adult learners. From 5:30 to 8:30 in the night. Monday through Thursday. So you got a weekend free. You don't got no excuse. Go and learn a trade. Trade pays people. Trade could take you anywhere in the world. If you know your trade, you could survive. You don't have to beg, you don't have to get master crumb. And I'm glad you speak on that to remind, so I could remember. All right, go.
Just like the same thing I tell my daughter who she just graduated last year from UVA nursing school. They tell her, listen, as a nurse, you could be at Japanese place.
In the wall.
I tell her what she needs to do. And she have my sister who lives in Fort Lauderdale. Tell her she have to just she and her husband now are my nieces and nephews, big people. Like her aunt tell her she could come there. Tell her, listen, come Florida,
Right,
They
right.
pay more.
Yeah, that's true.
Yeah, because that's just how they do things.
You're right. She make way more as a
So
traveling nurse than sitting here getting peanuts.
exactly. And before I bet you if they tell if you ask education, can you tell me when y'all took the trades out of the high school, could you tell me what was the dropout rate? And I bet you see people drop out because ain't everybody want to go on to college for a secondary education where they being a doctor, whatever, lawyer, whatever. Some people are just born gifted with their hands and that's something they like doing. You know, like you say, mechanic, plumbing, carpentry, masonry. Listen, these things right now, I have looking out my window, yeah, I fit out. Because they put it in pipe, they get welders. So, them job they making big money.
I tell you, I know.
So, why take that away from the children and just funnel them into just, oh, you have these selected, these are selected courses. No, maybe use that's like you say, you want to go into plumbing, carpentry, and don't we need these same skill sets right now? Then the governor was looking to come, he came here to
Don't.
DC
Hey,
for special legislation to bring,
listen, the governor was in charge of labor. And I used to talk to you about that, about trades and stuff. He tell me you don't have to import people anywhere. That's when you were in charge of labor, you know.
listen,
These people ain't, I keep telling people, these people don't care about the people here. They only need them for election time. After election, the people in Mumu, they're dumb, they you know what they want, and they're useless. That's how they look at us, the people. But when it's election time,
to say, okay, well, I have power every 2 and 4 years. That's when I have the power. Now, what we have to do is, like I said, if whoever is in office now, you see they haven't done anything for 2, 3, 4 terms. Put them out.
they don't put them out, they vote for them again. It because people are saying, don't listen to Fahie. All he do is complain. But that's a lie. Because I could tell people all why I accomplished by not being in the Senate. That help the people of the Virgin Islands.
That government is supposed to represent you. And if they're not representing you, that's how civic works. Every 2 or 4
Well,
years,
hey, they don't teach civic in school, so how the train on how it work? If you keep me dumb, blind, and stupid, I gonna know when you're abusing me. If you know about civic, how you gonna say that's how it work? The people they don't teach it in school. I tell you, I got a whole list of things that the law pass that they don't teach. I got it done in the car. Because I keep it clipped when people meet me in China. That way I tell them, get rid.
44 is a perfect example. Adele Bryan.
No, that bill is to teach a history of the Virgin Islands in school. But guess what? It's stayed in court for 40 years. Where in the world you hear these stupid nonsense? It was a law. It stayed in court for 40 years, people. The law. Ain't not that people writing up saying when it should happen. It is the Virgin Islands law to teach it. And it stayed in court for 40 years. And up to today, they ain't teaching it. Because the guy excuse we ain't got no book. We know which to teach. It specify what we got to teach. And I said that kunomono. Disband the board of education. Get rid of them.
It is up to them to enforce the edict of the law to make sure that they put it in the and not the Department of Education who chop the kids in the
I tell that we joke.
He tells the defense will lose the case.
Brother.
And then he was there arbitrating. I mean, if it's already statutory law, so what is there to arbitrate about?
Brother, it's the law. Name any places in the world. As I gonna tell people, name any place in the world that you know of where they got to teach the state, counties, city, take them to court to teach their history. We should be shame ourselves, and then it passed as a law, and they violate the law, and it's stay in court for 40 years. That should be in the Guinness Book of Record. That should be in the people should call it. I tell them, you know, the Guinness Book of Record could come in the VI. And once a week, every week, we gonna put something in the book. I telling you, once a week, every week, the US Virgin could put something in the Guinness Book of Record. Anyway, thank you for the call. I got something else to talk about right now. Keep listening because I might call back when I'm done. Okay.
But let me leave on this. You know, give our children, the youth, the opportunity. You know, I remember when I was in elementary school. You know, for our science, this was in third grade. We were given a glass geranium with some soil for a seed in it. You water it.
Right.
You know, you watch it grow from a seed into a plant. You know, this is what sparks children imagination and curiosity. So, you know, you have to give them an opportunity to grow into all the different fields. Just don't limit their choice. And I'm going to leave on that note and continue listening, Coach.
Yeah. Okay, thank you for the call.
Yeah, have a blessed one.
Yeah, you might call back. You know, I forget what our class and name where you're going to different places and learn different things. I did it in Central High. You could go in and learn welding, carpentry, a mix of everything. Industrial arts. The teacher was industrial arts teacher. When you get to feel out the trade. Main thing that I don't know. Oh, I call online one. Good afternoon. Welcome to the show.
Yeah, brother Fahie, I'm here listening to you and Grant. And you said it succinctly. They don't teach civics anymore because they don't want us to know about ourselves. When I was in school, it was a requirement. We had civics, well, 7, 8, and 9, up to 12 were part of high school. It was no middle school situation. So from 7 to 9, you get in civics. From 9 to 12, you're going to the shops. I mean, 10, 11, and 12.
Right.
You're going to the shop. And I always mention, I praise the public school system of the Virgin Islands for teaching me all I know. The rudimentary and the elementary parts of electricity, plumbing, architectural drawing, and mechanics. I mean, all those things I can do. I mean, getting up in age now and problems in the back and so, I don't want to work my hand too much. I would hire people to do the work and I supervise them. You know? But, I mean, what a glory that is. I mean, if something happened in my house, I could fix it. I never call nobody unless I want to call them to get in my work. You know what I mean?
That's the same thing. That's how they prepare me too. Just what you said.
Yeah.
Something break, I could fix it. Half of the thing them I could do, I got do. People paying big money to do.
I'm telling you, you call a plumber to the before you touch it. I got that neighbor in the condo complex, a white boy. He comes up smiling Sunday, say what happened? You come back like a half hour. He said, man, it's a small job. I said, well, what would I pay? $400.
All right. You see that?
I'm telling you, some people don't make that in a week.
That's right.
You know? But let me say something else quickly because I don't know what it is we're doing to our children. The children of the world, particularly America, and by extension the Virgin Islands, have it too hard in so of education, for kids to 12. You just jump and say, now, boy, you tell me this. What does it make sense to you to build a car to drive itself? I think a car wants to drive people around. I mean, you driving it and controlling it, but what you telling the car to do, where it's going? The tampering with digital systems and computerized systems, and a car, one of those driverless cars running the bus the other day, or the whole lot of children. I mean, what are we doing? The children are not afraid to walk in the city because they believe every car now is driverless. They're just looking and running until they see a car coming. Why are we doing these things that when people started jumping about A1 and digital age? I heard somebody say yesterday on the radio, and she's a talk show host. Yes, I won't say that. I won't call her name now, but you know who she is. She's so much in this digital age thing. And John Baptist show yesterday, and John Baptist was embarrassed. She was embarrassed. She talking about what they're going to do soon is take a womb that a lady have and put it in a man so you could bear a child. I mean, why you want to come really talking about foolishness, Babali? And she said she's a 45 teacher. Anyway, you say come with something else, so let me listen to it, but I want to play something and walk on into there. Okay.
Okay. Thank you for the call.
Yeah.
Gentlemen, ladies, as I tell you, I don't go out my way. Me and Melly man. We got a lot of Melly man around the place who ain't got nothing to do. I always got things to do. Always. Believe you me. Every day I got something to do. That something I just said, I take off, I say, you know, I mean doing nothing today. Period. Nothing. I just cool off in the hammock what my daughter buy me and I chill out. Because as I said, you live 3-10, that's the tag they put on you. I within range, but I ain't reached there yet. Today was Udorakin graduation. My Governor Brian, was there. Last year, they had the same problem. No AC. Everybody jumping around with their head cut off like when you ring a foul neck. You know them old time days when your kids them foul cocking and going to cook them? They used to ring their neck and sometimes they jump up, they fluttering and jumping up in front of you before when they ring their neck. That's how we got operate. My governor go to Udorakin graduation. And my governor, this is my governor, what my governor said. In the interest of time and temperature, I would be very brief. You hear what I said? In the interest of time and temperature, he gonna be brief. But this is the same place that was about to fix the AC. If they know the AC ain't working, why they carry the people in the children in a hot gym? I tell you, there is no consideration when you got donkey in her face. It do not work. The Virgin Islands continue. And they will tell you how they love the children them. The people them in there that to be fanning in the hot box. Look at you, a failure. I call yesterday graduation. As I say, I'd like to congratulate all the children them who graduate. All the children them. I could reflect. Next year I'm gonna make 50 years since I graduated next year. 50 years since I graduated from Central High School. Today I see some of my classmates at the funeral I was too. But it ain't getting better. Because the parents them couldn't get in that complex yesterday. Some of the parents who had invitation. Today at Udorakin, the governor In the interest of time and temperature, I would be very brief. That's his statement, not mine. How long he been governor? That's my boy. Me a crook. I should be able to tell my friend when you rang me, and my hand stretch out, look no bread, no crumb off the table. Me ain't looking for you grease my hand, give me a contract. I could do what I could do. I choose not to do it. It come a time when you're going to say, listen, I got to be an idiot for true. I telling myself it come a time when you don't got to walk. When you walk from small, you're supposed to, as they say, close to 3 score and 10, you're supposed to say, I don't walk. How could the people tell the people them when they reach, say 60 years old, you're too old, go home? A good example, since I'm on the topic, they will tell you when you hit 60, 65, man, go home, you're old. But they electing people to lead the country who is 70, 80 years old. Something ain't wrong with our head. I too old at 60, 65 to walk. But you got people 70, 75 running the country, 80s running the country. That makes sense. And thousands of people will go vote for them, thousands. So tell me, if I the idiot are the people them. Then they say, hey, you see Fahie again, he gone off, calling people idiot. He should stop, you know. I can't stop. It's staring in your face. I gonna look at you and say, mister, you are old man. You too old. You on social? You should be on social, you know. But then they gonna vote for somebody to lead them who is 70, 80 years old. That means too old. You don't see something wrong with us? Then when I could afford to talk about it, they want to kill me. I's the bad guy because I say how dumb we is. An old man older than you put in to be in charge could go any day. Because it's a 3 score and 10. Once you cross there, you on cruise control. Your number could pop any day. Some are start being delusional. Some are get Adija. But you will still vote for them to lead, say, put them as leader of the country. And nothing wrong with that. This is the kind of thing I'll speak about. That is factual watching you in your face. Like we got this democratic system in the Virgin Islands. I always call them the Democrat. I watching some of them play now. Whenever I go tell people about this book I read, Who Moved My Cheese? Come on, I always forget the author name. It's a red and white book though. Very interesting book. Very interesting. Who Moved My Cheese? Got 3 mice. 3 of them. And I watching the political them prostituting the VI them, jumping from here, there, and everywhere. And I say, look at the people ain't got no shame. I saying it. These people ain't got no shame. My shame box smashed up the years ago. But them ain't got none at all. Some of them been, I don't know. Now they come up with a system. Say if you don't register and they don't give you the red light, the green light, you can't run another Democratic Party. It's only for a chosen few. A chosen few. I was hearing, I ain't read it yet, but I heard that the judge put a TRO and something with the election system. But I tell them that's crazy. Because can you bring that bill December, I think it's 22nd, and take it on, jamming it to another bill or something like that. Let me look and see if I'm talking the right thing, because I want to give my mouth, get my rear ain't in trouble. You know, people are talk what they don't know and talk to hear themselves. And then when the person get up to challenge them, they don't know what to say because ain't documented. Attach it to a non-germane bill, December 2022, a non-germane bill. January, it's signed into law 2023 as Act 8690, based on the bill. He give it the election supervisor the same title as the board. So all of them fighting among each other. The old Democrat them sticking together like white and rice, with the new independent people them screaming, hey, foul, foul, and the old Democrats say, nah, ain't foul. But Kenny won't bring a bill to change it. No senator will bring a bill to change it. You see, that's why I tell you, he bring it and as a non-germane bill. And they say it copy and paste about 7 sections from 47 to, I didn't write the rest. Same responsibility. So in college, we call it plagiarizing. But in this, they call it copy and paste, people. Copy and paste. So he had to write. He just copy and paste. High tech. The young train, what you doing, grandpa? No, just move this, copy and paste it. You're wasting time, grandpa. Kenny didn't waste time. The people. And you know what? All it causes confusion in the election office. And nobody will fix it. Nobody. Title 18, Section 47. And conduct, yeah. I got somebody write down because, as I tell people, I don't want them come challenging me, and I don't have the documents to, on my, where I could tell people where to find it. Because they like to say, I got something I don't know, and why talking ain't true. And I experienced that more than once. That's why I like to get a document by me. Need a permit to. Okay. Yeah, that's. So now, I would like to know. Oh, I have a burning question in my head right now. Is 145 right now? 145. Listen. I just give the people $150 to renew my gun license. $150. It went up from 50 to 150. I like somebody to call me and tell me if I could get back my $150 that I give the people. Because the U.S. Supreme Court rule, you don't got to pay for no license, for no permit, for nothing. The U.S. Supreme Court. Not the Superior Court, not the District Court. The U.S. Supreme Court rule that you don't have to pay for no gun license, no permit. So somebody could tell me if they rob me, or I can't get back my money because it comes after the Supreme Court rule, which I still think is robbery, because the Supreme Court said that they violate my amendment rights. It shall not be infringed. And they increase it, people, these criminal. Increase it from $50 to $150, people. So the law-abiding citizen got to meet that threshold to give the government $150 to do something your constitution gives you the right to do. Now people ain't gonna like it. I don't care. It went from $50. The little one to be thug, criminal, dirty, scumbags. Ain't got to pay nothing for theirs. I, a legal abiding citizen, live by the law. They're digging out my eye. Say, you know what? We gonna squeeze all the lime juice out the lime. They take $150 from me to renew my license. They say, you know, just the other day, before the court ruling come down. So can I go back and ask them for my $150? Because the Supreme Court done rule, you know. I ain't got to pay for no permit, no license. I don't need them. But they ain't coming to the media and telling the media this happening, you know. They ain't telling the media they need to go. Last night I was looking, not last night, night before. Maybe, no, not last night. Last night I went home after the meeting, put up my foot and went no sleep. The night before, it came down May 11th at 6:25 a.m. in the morning. I got to look it up. So if somebody could call in and tell me if I could go back and get my $150, I'd like to know. Else I got to call them to find out what they're going to do about my $150 that the U.S. Supreme Court rule that I ain't got to pay. Nobody got to pay it. But you don't hear them making no announcement. The governor come with his executive order, a mumu order that you can't carry a weapon in the building, government building. So if you're going down the street, and I say it, me backing down. If I got my weapon on me, and I going down, good, somebody calling, line 2. Good afternoon, welcome to the show.
Yeah, coach, it's me again. I don't have a doctor, jurist, but if the Supreme Court of the land ruled based on the Constitution, which says the Second Amendment, you have the right to bear arms.
Yes, and it shouldn't be infringed.
A jurisdiction like the Virginia, which is unincorporated, not adhering to what the Supreme Court says. All you have to do is take the adjudication, the ruling from the Supreme Court to who I guess is the police department, Department of Justice, who is asking for compensation for the license, and they're supposed to be refunding you your money in full.
Well, I got to go find out, because I could give my grandchildren that money summer coming up. I could probably help them register for a camp, help them pay to travel someplace. That could be some spending money for my grandchildren. It went from 50 to 150. These people, yeah.
In the next 2 months, the 4th of July, they get ready to have the 250th birthday of America from 1776. So that's all in the Constitution being law. Well, you see what they're doing with their own law that we spoke about at 48, 44 about the children, their history.
Right.
I mean, but all you have to do is get, I'm just assuming now that we get legal consultation, legal services to provide that. But I would assume if it's a constitutional-based ruling that the Supreme Court was basing their judgment on, then this was something that's been law all along. So it's just that the Second Amendment was violated and they took it all the way to the Supreme Court and got a judgment on it.
Well,
so once
they got the whole thing. Listen, it clearly states all you need to do to get a weapon, and I'll make this clear, if you're a convicted felon, you can't get domestic violence, you can't get, if they got restraining order on you, you can't get it, and if you're mental, you cannot buy a weapon. You cannot be in nothing with no weapon. You cannot have one.
Yeah.
Any other thing you need, all you need to do is go to the gun store, get a background check done, and after you get your back, if it come back clean, you could purchase your weapon and go where you want with it. That's why it's there. And you can look it up. May come here to give the people them put fear in the people, and people say, well, you could walk around with gun. No, the dirty scumbag want to be talk them walking around with theirs. The Constitution give me the right to bear arm. And it's clearly said it shall be infringed. I got it home. I got a sign up by my house. In my house, where it said it shall not be infringed. These people here have tied out the law-abiding citizen. Tie the hand, tie the foot, blindfold them with laws and rules and regulations. And you know what? The lawyer was saying, in the specified California, New York, and Detroit, gonna come up with rules or something legislative to circumvent these things that the Supreme Court just ruled on. And I telling the people for the longest, these thugs in the Virgin Islands who walking around robbing and killing people unnecessary. If everybody had the right to bear arms in less restriction, we won't got this high people killing people. I telling you. Because they know when they pull their weapon, somebody gonna knock off their skull cap. They're gonna send them to the maker. So they will think before they come out, they brace high there in the morning, in the night, in the afternoon, so they're killing people because they know somebody there. And then they could say, well, I have fear for my life because he might have shoot me next. That would be my defense.
Self-defense.
That's right.
But why I ask this, but about the Supreme Court, they just rolled back the abortion law, and now as soon as they did that, all the states that made it illegal again, they just not go back to voting rights. They of 1964.
Yes.
And now we have the gerrymandering of all the districts going on. Now Trump trying to hold on for the midterm. So if the Supreme Court is the supreme law of the land, and if they have made this ruling, this goes for all states and territories. It's applicable to all states and territories. They don't say, well, it's only going to the 50 states. No, all states and territories. Once you are arms and U.S. flag,
yes,
no matter what the status is, if your status is your unincorporated territory,
yes.
You have to abide by it.
And it also rule the police can't just see a gun and then say, well, if you search your car because they see the gun. That don't get it, all of that come down in the ruling. People need to go and look at this thing. But then they say, I am the race. I listen.
Don't follow.
Listen.
You know,
if they see the weapon there, and that's why they say, if you search your car, it come down. I watch it. I listen to the more than one liar talk about it. Go on YouTube and pull it up. I will see. I ain't just talking on my brain. I'm talking to him myself. It's factual, but they will continue to violate your rights.
Don't take this as written in stone, but I think each jurisdiction have where they talk about conceal and carry.
Right.
The only difference I see, where either it's an open carry state, some states, Louisiana, Georgia, where you could carry your,
Texas,
carry your gun open.
Yeah.
You could have it concealed. So, but you're right, Coach. So, Coach, I have to run. I have an appointment. I just was getting ready, and when I heard you mention the Supreme Court ruling, I said, well, I just was waiting on it. That's like I say.
Well,
if it's a Supreme Court, that means
all I want to know,
system,
if I could get back my
court system, meaning the district court, the local court system, meaning superior court, they all have to adhere to that. So I would first get a copy of the ruling and show them that. Like I said, it's based off of what was already passed.
Right.
There wasn't any new ruling that just came down to Congress. So I would use that.
Well, thank you for the advice.
It's the Second Amendment in the U.S. Constitution.
That's right. That's right. And it give me the right to bear arm people.
Yeah.
Exactly. Thank you for the call. Nice looking out.
How late the show going?
Till 4:30.
Okay. I might be able to check you before the show ends.
All right. Thank you. Nice looking out. Gone.
Yes,
Bye.
sir. All right.
Yeah. Yes, people. As I said, I've been around and I would like to get back my $150. Cause I feel that they infringe on me, plus they rob me, they move it from 50. They move it from $50 people to $150. Per weapon. So if you got 23, think about it. That's what all elected officials did to us. The legal, law-abiding citizen of the Virgin Islands. And then they got enough to say vote for them. Then they tell you it's the best interest of the people. Who come up with that bill? I forget to research who bring it. But it passed. That's my point. Nobody said, hey, wait, stop. This is ridiculous, man. Any one weapon is per weapon. So now I want to know all the people they're robbing, if they're going to give them back the money for this year. If it's retroactive back or not. So if you know you go call in and enlighten the public, tell the public, well, hey, you know you can't get back your money. Because I can't find out if I could get back mine, you know. Tell you me ain't no shame. If the Constitution give me the right to carry it for free and you charging me, I want back my money. I could give my grandchildren it to play with if not. Hello, I got more than one grandchild too. I could take them out to dinner with it. Say, hey, you know what? The Supreme Court just ruled I get back 150. I take an eye out to eat. Whatever I cost, I gonna add the 150 onto it. That's me. That's how generous I is. And they can't say it happened. The only time they could say that what I say it happened is because they know. All they need to do is go and type it in YouTube. Right now they see it fall there. They see it fall and it's the fact. But that's the truth that they don't want the law-abiding citizen to know. Because the governor himself said that Bolquez in Clifford were bringing you gun laws to here. He said that, not me. So before Bolquez in Clifford go waste their time, I telling them the Supreme Court don't rule you only them thing. So I don't write no more thing. Wow, somebody calling in on 9192. Good afternoon. Welcome to the show.
Yeah, so Mr. Fahie, I listen to you here. The same thing you used to say, the same thing I was saying.
Yeah.
And I said to myself, as you say, most of the times when you talk, because you come and say things they don't like,
right,
you're going to get pushed back. My thing is this, I thank you for bringing it. I'm sure a lot of people listening, but they're not calling to say nothing. I think about it. When you go to those offices, they don't have it trained. But none of them going to call in and say, well, sorry for misleading. But then they're going to come and tell you, vote for us. We're going to lead you. If a man can't tell you sorry when he do wrong, where you going with it?
You're right.
But man can't tell you sorry when he do you wrong. I mean it. Where you going? And for all these things they have done for us, not even self-done. don't have no sorry to tell us. Should we be putting them back there?
No, I tell you, it's the people in the VA the problem, you know. They elect the same people year after year after year. But I do nothing. I can't, and for this year, is a good example. Can you get in? No, impossible, you know. How could Kenny Gaten want to go face the people at the Virgin and say, vote for me, when he wanted to fine the people $1,500? And if you can't pay, the government put a lien on your property to cut the bush at the side of the road that public work supposed to do.
And then you have to ask yourself the question, what kind of brains they have to be so basic and bullshit that they still come into the system to do some ask you? But you see what happens? Most time we just call the person name, but we don't line up nothing to them.
Right.
When you call, oh, this one not doing this. What is they're not doing? Oh, they're not doing. But you see the whole thing, if you don't brand them, when you see them walking, how will you know them? You need to brand them in the private man. So
listen.
Listen.
I'm glad you.
Let's not just saying they're not doing. We have to know why they're not doing and why you're forced them.
Listen.
Because if we don't do that, people don't know what we're talking about.
Hey, let me show you a good example of the people sitting down and doing nothing. All people in the Virgin Islands, the senator them could stay in office and collect a paycheck while they're running. The people them who working for the government got to take off time, can't get paid. But the elected official them could stay on the clock and get paid. And the people will still elect them and say, I can't run because I need my job. Something ain't wrong with that picture?
Yeah, well, I have a question for you. If you intimidate people, if you start the books against them and clear yourself, you're the one in charge making the rules, where does that leave you? You can post and carry on, you know, but the whole thing, since they control the rules, you paid $150 because they control the rules. Now somebody bigger than them say, what you're doing is wrong. If they're not willing to give you back your money, you should be able to carry them a court and let them have to pay for the court cost. You can't do me injustice and then say, I just supposed to lump it up and say that, right?
The people can just take it.
But I say, what you can do, you take your case, let's go and bring your case, let them have to pay for the court case, plus give it back your money. Come on the radio and tell them how it works out so the others and them can go and get their money too.
I agree.
But the whole thing about if you just say, well, give me back my money and they don't give you back. How was you just running happy? How could you take my money injustice, wrongfully, and I just walk off like this? And you know how much people might be able to carry their grandchildren and to dinner too?
I agree. But listen, and you're right, you know, because as I tell them, the government employees who are in already, they were vested, they were in.
Yeah.
They changed the law and the people that they got to work longer. When the people came in, that's a contract. Yeah. You were in, only who are coming in, it should affect, not who in. But the people who in the union, people them sit down and do nothing. Won't challenge it. Now the people ain't got to work longer to save GIS. I am GIS. But I am the system to rob the people in. So where's the cry from the people? Is the people is the problem?
Yeah, but I said something. You're
afraid of what? You don't lose. You're behind the 8 ball.
Boy, if I know I can't afford to lose my job, because losing my job is losing a lot more things. I'm not afraid to talk to you. Because too much things. My grandchildren, my children, my house, my car.
That's you know why, Carla? You know why, Carla? The fear factor. Fear factor.
That's your fear. As long as people can put fear on you, there are certain things you will never do.
And you know, I agree. That's why I tell people I fearless. I work with the government. I never forget this experience I had where I went in Bodo Park and this woman coming to me. And we stand up talking and she said, hey, Fahie, you can't work for the government. If you are working for the government, they don't fire you. I said, fire me. Fire me for what? She said, you'll be on the radio talking about them. So I shocked. So I told the lady, I said, miss, I just work for the government. You know what the lady tell me? Straight my fight. I didn't know you are a liar. You lay straight in my face.
You can't believe.
The woman was. I said, Miss, you don't know me or no? Me none of the mumu out there that they could just fire. I said I could take out the phone now and call the fire chief and like talk to you about me. When I showed the woman my ID, the woman was shocked. The woman started apologizing. I said, Miss, you don't have to apologize. The problem they're gonna put fear in people, oh, I'm gonna fire you, I'm gonna make your life hard, I don't care. We all got to dead.
Let me ask you a question. You remember they had a couple of people used to come on the radio and bashing, and they give them a job?
No. They ain't just give them a job, you know. Wait. They grease the hand before they get a job. That's facts.
And when one day I was talking to him, I got him. I said, well, how come the young doing all that and you don't have nothing to say? He said, you can't bite the hand that feeds you.
That's right. They're going to tell me that.
From that, I lose all respect. Because I said to myself, so it's okay. They're back all the others because they're not giving you nothing. Well, so if it's right, it's right. If it's wrong, it's wrong. But when they start greasing your hand now, you can't bite the hand that feeds you. So you know something, justice goes out the window.
That's right.
So are we looking for justice? Are we justice puppy show?
We is puppy show. I'm telling you, they gonna grease the hand. And then they go silent, me acting. I know some of them personally.
But not only that, sometimes the things that they're talking about leave from bad and gone worse, you know.
I agree.
Nothing to say.
I agree.
So how do we, boy, if we're looking for a turnaround, do you have any kind of an idea as to how to give them people who don't have no strength to stand up?
If I got idea?
Yes.
But I beg them to stand up with me for years for the injustice that they're doing to them. But they're scared. They're definitely scared. Hey, Fahie, I can't say do what you are doing, you know. I tell you, I'm
I agree with you. But don't look for me to be out there with you.
Yes. Exactly what they're gonna say. Exactly.
Yeah. I agree with everything you said. I even said feeling it. But don't look for me to be out there with you.
That's true.
It's not many people. You know what? You know how your attitude is? Is one life to live.
That's right.
I wanted the them than death. So whether a dead fighting or a dead sitting down, death coming anyway. So you're not afraid. The others and them, they haven't come to that as yet. So what happened? They're drowning slowly now. But they're still picking up.
They suffer in silence.
Yeah. So they're not bawling out and say help, not saying help. And the whole thing about it is we're important. We have to be able to say, ask those people. If you can't tell me what you're going to do to change it, you know, they say, oh, education, tell me what you're going to do for education. A man can't read, you're giving 2 more books. But if you can't read, then I give you 2 more books.
You're right.
If the table rocking, you might put the book on and in the table, let them say it.
I agree.
But it's a they like to come and tell you this. And when you ask them how you're going to fix it, but when I get in there, I'll figure it out. And if you can't tell me no, you don't have no plan of action. Where am I carrying you? Where am I putting you?
But they will vote them in. It's a going to change thing. They can't change nothing.
But if you can't tell me what you're going to do, where am I going with you?
You know what? I'm glad you got along that line because they got people who ain't no running, right?
Mm-hmm.
What they could tell you that they could go and fix that they were in the fix. Tell me. Okay.
But it's a lot of things that tell you is bad. Oh, we need to fix this. We need to have a lot of talk when they're outside. And when they get in, nothing
That's true.
And when you ask them the question, you know, they say, man, you can't do nothing 2 years, no, it take time. And then they go in 2 years. 2 years, I just warming up. And people now Chinese the same thing. Oh, it take a time. At least let me see one more. Let me see one of the wood move, man.
I agree.
We have a bunch of wood. At least let me see one of the wood move. You won't tell me take time. You don't use the bust the bundle of wood yet because they say, boy, you're looking all over for shares. And but you're telling me you're going to fix things and you have not even tried to do anything. Right? Now he's hearing you. That's the later.
Thank you for the call. Enough respect.
All right.
Irie. Yeah, that's a good call. He was on point. That's what happened in there. They ain't fixed nothing all the time them in there, you know. But they tell me what they could do now. If you vote for them again, no, go home. But all people so timid, they won't say that. And he right. I don't worry, because I know I have to die. I know that. We come here forever. Don't mind how much you grab, you grub, you don't get with nothing. If people realize they come in the world with nothing, and they're going to leave everything worldly right here, they stop being so ignorant. Okay, I got a call coming in. Good afternoon. Welcome to the show. Yeah.
Yeah, a while ago, Holly was talking about gun licenses and the gun gone up from $50 to $150.
Yes.
When that started?
I think it started last year. I could tell you because I went to the think public safe down there for something, and then I see it on the door. And then I was like, when this happened, they said the law changed. And that's per weapon, you know, per weapon. Yes.
Okay. But I left three weapons with the police department. They could leave them there for safekeeping. I was going away. And when I go back, I don't, maybe take one and I have lights on the three of them and I walk with one. But I hope when I go back there, I could find them, and I'll have to be 3 times 150, while dying like 450 or 500 or something.
No. The Supreme Court just ruled you don't have to pay nothing. The Supreme Court ruled that. That's facts.
Okay.
So that's why I was trying to see if I could get back my 150.
Okay. But let me ask you this. Is the Virgin Islands going to comply with the Supreme Court ruling? A lot of people are doing stuff in it,
I don't know. You asking the wrong person. Call the AG. Call the AG and ask them if they're going to comply with the U.S. Supreme Court ruling. It affects all state and territory.
Well, I haven't said anything now for maybe 2 years because, like I said, I left the weapons and safekeeping.
Well, when you come back or look.
In 2 weeks, I could be back there and I don't want to walk with at least one of them and put the lights on one. And if they tell me 150, I'm going to tell them the Supreme Court ruling said that, right?
Yes. That's facts. That's okay. I ain't gonna come give people wrong info. Not me.
Right.
And it also talk about driving with your weapon in your car too.
Yeah.
Okay.
I'm on the highway now. I'm on I-95. I don't want to. I like to be concentrating now when I drive.
Okay, all right. Thank you for the call. Good. Gone. Yeah, people. I want to come and give people, as I tell people, I want to keep my people enlightening and educated, because a lot of people want to keep you dumb and ignorant, stupid. They want you to know the good things. They want you to know nothing. They want to be just the brain, and you must look up to them. Get on your knees to them. I don't believe in that. I believe in sharing is caring. Educate and enlighten the people. Because if you educate and help people while you alive. You didn't want living. Some of these people greedy, bad-minded, and taking it to the grave with them. They useless, no good bastard. I saying it. Selfish. I believe in sharing knowledge, sharing everything. Sharing is caring. So I gonna always, and if I wrong, call and say, Fahie, what you're saying ain't true. Where you get information from is wrong. And my background, I ain't too big to be corrected. As I tell you, you can't insult me. My shame box don't match up. But if I giving out information that is wrong, I will appreciate you calling and say, Fahie, this time you're wrong. This is what it said. That's why I'll come and I'll tell the people where to go get the information. Don't say, Fahie, tell me so. Go look it up for yourself. Look at it and say, boy, but how come they never tell me this? Because they don't want us to know. You know what they're saying now? Wi-Fi on the radio telling the people that thing. That was one of the best kept secrets we had. Fahie gonna let the cat out the bag. That's my duty. I tell to the little man get oppressed, get kicked in the face. And as I continue to say, ain't nobody coming from outside doing us anything. It's our own people. Our own people is who stabbing us in the chest. Putting the ice pick in our neck. Destroying the fabric of the Virgin Islands. As long as they come with cash. Long as you got money. You could make anything happen in the VI. Anything. That's facts. I heard the lady for down in West who continue to talk about the illegal operation that our government don't want to solve. They got a lot of excuse, licensing, consumer, everybody. They know it's wrong. None of them want to touch it. All of them giving excuses why it should continue. And I keep on saying, not me. If I could go, like the guy tell me he went to every government agency to make sure that the man had permits to do what he do. The man had no permits. None. But the government, because he got money, don't want to touch it. So you could do what you want. It shows how weak government, and when you got money, you could trample the system. As I go tell them, cash is king. In the site, look, remember, you know, in the FP filing, the guy I think for DPNR, we're going at them for billing over there with no permitting. So, you know who called him off? The governor. The governor was the boss. He called him off. Because you know why? Cash is king. Cash is king. So, don't touch it. I remember sitting in this studio right here with the host. God bless him in the grave. Robert Moorhead tell me, not tell me alone, say it on the radio. He said when he fly in, he used to fly and go in St. Thomas and he taxi in. The follow me will be following the jet going up. And then he will like follow him, and then they tell you can't go there. And he used to ask, well, who the hell is this guy? Who the hell is this guy? He said nobody could go wrong there. Come to find out the man at Dungiala, the cash is king. Robert Moorhead, God bless you, the grave, says so right here on the radio more than once. These same set of people will wait for I to do something wrong and got my head. If I go and start to build up something without a permit, they come and push it down. Put a stop order on it. But when you got money, you could make a car. Look, I got to find this because I know if it's true. This guy in St. Damas who running, that the Attorney General say he can't run. I got to, you know what? Let me go to VI source now, see if I can find it. Because I see it. I see it in I see it in VA Consortium. I see it in VA Consortium. VA Consortium at all. So I have to go to VA source and see if it's there. Because I think the judge ruled that he can't run for the Senate. I'm not sure. That's advertising. Let me see something. Let me see if I could bring it up. It's crazy. It's crazy. Oh, no, that's a old one. Oh, I know it was something else I had to listen, people. This young lady, see, if I didn't go looking for this thing, we have brilliant people. Listen, this young lady here, people, insolent gaming deal truly about horse racing development or gambling via VLT. Let me see if I could bring. I'm gonna read it for the people. This young lady here knows awesome piece, people. Awesome. This is so on point. It was in the Daily News, and somebody screenshot it and sent it to me. This young lady here is on point. It said the proposal and gaming contract has raised serious concern on St. Croix, and many residents are beginning to ask an important question. Is this truly about horse racing, or is it about expanding gambling operation through the back door? Not through the front door, you know. Back door operation. Not I say, she wrote it, which is factual. At the center of the controversy is the belief that this agreement is not structure, no review, or strengthen the horse racing industry in the Virgin Islands, but instead serve as a pathway to introduce and expand video lottery terminal and St. Croix under the guise of economic development and gaming modernization. Horse racing has long been a part of the Virgin Islands culture and history. For years, residents, horse owners, jockey, and supporters of the industry have advocated for legitimate investment into racetracks, facility, breeding program, training opportunity, tourism participation, and economic support that would truly revitalize the sport. What many expected was a contract centered around restoring horse racing as a sustainable industry that benefits local people and preserve an important cultural tradition. Instead, critics argue that the Southland gaming contract appear heavily focused on gaming expansion rather than horse racing itself. That is fact. I read it. Many residents are questioning why the conversation surrounding the contract seems to focus more on VLT, gaming, revenue, and casino-style operation than actual plan to rebuild and sustain the horse racing industry. If the true goal was horse racing development, the public would expect to see detailed commitments regarding infrastructure improvement, rescheduling, support for local horsemen, employment opportunity tied directly to racing, and long-term investment into the agriculture and tourism sector connected to the industry. What concerns many even further is the role of the legislature in this process. This is the part I speak on. There is a wide misunderstanding among the public about what senators can and cannot legally do regarding government contracts. That's facts. The legislature of the Virgin Islands does not negotiate contracts on behalf of the government. I'll read that again. The legislature of the Virgin Islands does not negotiate contracts on behalf of the government. Senators are neither procurement officers nor authorized to rewrite, broker, or privately structure agreement between executive branch and private company. Under Virgin Islands laws, contract negotiations are generally handled by the executive branch and the appropriate government agency. Once a contract reaches the legislature, senators primarily have oversight responsibility. That means they can review the agreement, hold hearings, question the terms, demand transparency, request documentation, and ultimately vote to approve or reject certain agreement depending on the legal requirement tied to the contract. When senator can do this, conduct oversight, hearing, request financial analysis and public disclosures, question whether the agreement benefits the people of the Virgin Islands, examine whether procurement procedures were properly followed, investigate whether the contract aligns with existing laws, vote yes or no on matters requiring legislative approval, and recommend amendment through legislation if legal changes are needed. Good afternoon. Welcome to the show.
Yeah, boy.
Yeah.
You've gone to the horse racing thing. The Horsemen Association been on the radio and on talk shows in recent weeks.
Yeah.
And this show, Mary Moorhead show, I got myself in entanglement with one of the officers because of the situation on Sotola with the group that's the promoter or whoever they are, upping the fee, so they have no race down for the longest time, and the government seems reluctant to step in. Now, I said to the guy,
wait, hold on, you got to call me back. Let me finish reading this thing first, then you can call me back.
oh, okay.
Okay,
Go ahead. You go
right. Okay. What they cannot do is privately renegotiate the contract themselves or independently rewrite terms outside of the legal legislative process. This distinction matters because many residents are now calling for greater transparency and accountability before any long-term agreement move forward. I agree, they're right. Questions continue to circulate about who truly benefit from the deal, how much revenue would actually remain within the territory, what protection exists for local businesses and workers? None. And whether St. Croix is once again being positioned to carry the social impact of gambling expansion without receiving the full economic promises often attached to these projects. Let me stop right there and say something while I remember this. When they were campaigning to bring casino to St. Croix, people, they get up in the Senate and they say the jet them gonna be done on the tarmac, park up if it legalized. Today, I could go St. Thomas. St. Thomas got endless jet on the tarmac. Right long now. Some of them probably don't fly out. St. Croix got one or two. You go there, all the is empty. That's what they sell us for casino in St. Croix. They got jets on the tarmac, park up. The little man them up in space laughing at us because they sell us a cat in a bag. Now they want to bring the VLT and shut down the casino. Supporters of the agreement may argue that expand gaming could generate revenue and jobs. However, opponents believe that territory has seen too many situations where large promises are made upfront only for a resident to later discover that the long-term benefit failed to materialize at the level originally advertised. Listen, I gonna tell you about I ain't done read yet, but I'm gonna tell you about the experience I had. The Diageo deal, they tell me I should support it because it gonna got sports center bill in every community for you. And you is a sportsman, I say, but the idiot. Red Sports Center have the Diageo deal bill in any place? None. They had a scam artist come, but he building swimming pool down in West. They come to me to tell me I should support it. They're gonna take the money, get money to fix the track. When they went to look for the man place up in the States, it was off the highway. It was pure dry land. We the Momo. People telling me red black people trailing out the land to swim thing and a fight. I said we got beach all around us. They could go to the beach. That time the pool was open, they could have gone to the pool. But these set a can and because they get their hand grease, try to convince Mumu Fahie that it is good for the place. It gonna bring in money. Diageo rip or I clean out. Clean. The people in charge sell the Virgin Islands out and pocket millions of dollars. For many, I'm saying, great. This issue is larger than gaming itself. It's about transparency, trust, economic fairness, and ensuring that the major decisions affecting the future of the island are made openly and honestly with full public understanding. Ain't happening with E-Crook. If this contract is truly about horse racing, then the public deserves to clearly see a detailed horse racing development plan. If the primary objective is expanded gambling through VLT operation, then that conversation should be transparent as well. I agree. If you want to bring a VLT, tell the people straight up to hell with the horse race. We want VLT. Because these same people say they ain't gonna be no promoter in St. Thomas. They said that. Now they twist them out because they want the VLT to come. They say, oh no, we don't promote the two. You can't promote one. You say you're promoting one, how you don't promote two, you forget. That's why they say when you're late, always talk the truth. Because I don't remember what you say. They say they ain't promoting, they ain't a promoter. Now they're twisting them out, say we're going to promote the race, but the guy in the contract where they could get out. With no penalty. You don't think St. Greg gets screwing up with people screwing over the halfman them? Leaving them high and dry? Yeah? When they going to stop? The people of the Virgin Islands deserve honesty, not confusion. Loopholes or backdoor operation designed as something else. Teniqua knows St. Croix. Awesome, awesome, awesome people. This young lady, what she write is on point. But you know what? I got one more thing to read for the people. I spoke about the yesterday to complex graduation. And I'm going to read something that I got. That's what make me spoke about it. And I tell you, if I ain't got it right now, I ain't going to talk about it because I know how these people want to get my head and carry to master. And when they carry to master, they say, yeah, we finally got it. He was ringing out at the trap all the time. He like a grease pig. He's sleeping through the hole. But we got far. He won't keep his mouth shut. This one going to keep you off the radio. Like last election when they say, oh, one called me and say, yeah, we're going to make you a star on the radio. Yeah, I still a star on the radio. They're still singing for their supper. Eating the crumb off a master table while I traveling and I having fun. Another election coming up. And they got to be the puppy dog walking. Me walking behind nobody. And me singing for my supper. Listen to what they say yesterday. And this is facts. This from the person who was there. Hear what it say. I'm going to read this for the people because they might say I wasn't there. But it's factual that parents who had invitation could not get in. That is wrong. It is sad. But it's a continuation of ignorance and stupidity. Look someplace, the government, education and money, they could rent a place. And I got to hold on and slow down reading this one. This is how it begins. I got to complex graduation and meet pure chaos at the gate. Family members were being denied entry and parents literally in tears. A father reached out to me and cried that his son was graduating and despite having an invitation was denied entry. Denied entry, people. My head squalled as I looked at the family member and I felt so bad for each person whose celebration was destroyed by a bad decision. No, you say a bad decision, because I am the radio, I won't say what kind of decision it is. It's worse than bad. The monitors came and allowed me entry, but I felt hypocritical being able to see a graduation when they could not. As I sat, I could not forget the faces I left behind and wonder why the school administration continued to make the same mistake every year and use a venue that is too small. You are wondering why they continue to make the same mistake? Because they got to head up the rain. They can't pull it out. Year after year, the same mistake and no change. And nobody saying nothing. The parents, them quiet. So they continue believing that what they're doing is right. That's why it continue. Let me continue to read. As I said, I could not forget the face. Yeah. As the former principal, I have never used the school gym or auditorium to host the graduation and up to use Island Center to accommodate as much people as possible. Graduation is a big thing in the Virgin Islands. A celebration of family and friends, which is true. A milestone for families. Facts. A rare opportunity for us all to simultaneously be happy and forget of the worries that we face. Today, that was denied to many people at complex graduation. Lastly, I took my seat. The principal asks that all farmer administrators of complex rise and be recognized. As I stood along with Janita Richards, farmer principal, and waited to be recognized, I quickly realized that he had moved on without even calling our names. How could you be so disrespectful, Momo? That's why I said they got a head up the rear end. Because he forget, because he had what he ran. I could be mad with me. I doing dummy thing and talk about I don't care if you like me. Pull your head out your rear end. I dismiss what was perhaps a shortcoming or very much so intended, and I once again made me reflect on all the people I left outside. At that point, I decided that I could not watch a graduation where parents were being denied access. I decided to leave and hope that my space would be given to a parents who deserve to see their child graduate. Go Complex, go Barra. Since many are afraid to acknowledge when the history books are written, may it include that the institution of learning was first opened in 1995 by Cordville and his team of administrators, Dr. Prospero Lewis, Mr. Basil Williams, Miss Susan Smith. May it also reflect that when politics intervened in 2011, over 1,100 students walked out in protest of the moment of their principal Cordville from the complex. I did my job above and beyond. I served the children of this community, and I am committed to continue serving for the betterment of this community. That's the letter. That's the fact. Cordville wrote it, and it came out, and somebody sent it to me. To know that people was down there, couldn't get into the children graduation, which is sad. People fly from the States. People fly from the States. People come for home, leave the house, and this ain't something that just happened. This is a continuation, a keeping the graduation in the auditorium where it is too small to accommodate family and friends. So they don't screw a lot of people. But where is the uprise from it? Where is the people speaking out about it? Yes, it don't happen. Well, let's stop it from happening again. Because if they may put down the foot from years ago, it won't continue to this year. But everybody wants somebody else to fight the war for them. These people take off from work. These people wait for this moment for years. But nobody saying nothing. My thing is this. That's why they never like Mr. Fahie. As I gotta tell people, if you put a donkey in a horse race, and the donkey run last, you're still complaining why the donkey run last. You buy a horse for $1 million more to run, bread to run, you got St. John, and you get a $25 donkey. And you say, you know what, I gonna run the donkey with a horse then. That's what taking in the bond. I tell you, once a week, every week, we could put something in the Guinness Book of Records once a week, every week. Once a week, every week. It's crazy, people. When is it going to stop? When all these educated intellectual misfits, some of them ain't know where they're going, them political prostitute. it destroying the fabric of the Virgin Islands. And then they say you hear Fahie on the radio. Yes. How much people are telling you so? Huh? How much people are telling you, hey, listen. Like, I just see come up on my phone. Because now they say they're going to indict former Cuban President Raul Castro. What he done to us? What have an old man like that done to us? These people sick. Leave the man alone. It's crazy. As they said, the guy who rat out, the guy for Venezuela, he gave 50 million, and I think the people them who shaking now. That's sad. Let me see what it said. You know, and I'm glad all the people them. Oh no. You know, it's sad that the people all people will just sit down and do nothing. Let these people just trample on them. And then, oh, that's why. These people will just let people trample on you. And then they don't do nothing. They come to me bawling, but they ain't doing nothing to help themselves. And then some people, the political prostitute them will be cussing me up and down. You know, I got some of them who got a head of somebody calling. That's nice. Okay. Good afternoon. Welcome to the show.
Yeah, okay, Fahie, I'm back with you. But let me ask you, that thing that happened at the complex, did the parents, were they quiet? Didn't they make a heap of noise?
I wasn't there, so I'll never know.
I see.
I was not there. I just, the thing came out and I read it. But the parents, them here keep no noise. They like to be suffering. I call them sheep and goat. When the dog go in the sheep pen, he kill all the sheep because the sheep quiet. He go in from the first goat he touch. That goat bawling murder. So guess what? The people that want to get up going to look at the goat pen. When you come out the man, all the sheep them dead. Because not one sheep keep no noise. That's how the people them here react.
But that's a sad thing. I mean, these kind of things don't have no place. Of course, there'll be one or two ones. But it have another place. So, because it have another place, it must happen here.
But no. Yo, did you hear what I said? We could go in the Guinness Book and record once a week, every week.
I heard it.
So because it don't happen, it happens some places, we should accept it and happen here? No.
Yeah.
I disagree.
That's what it'll tell me. But let me go back to what started with the situation with the husband. Now, it became a little irritable because the husband, instead of trying to deal with the situation what they have, because I mentioned that in Tortola, there were two estates. Seacoast Bay were made of two estates before it became Seacoast Bay. One of the names was Nib's Estate. The other one was in Nib's Estate. So I'm telling him that the racetrack is on my property, and he want to tell me no. I bet him 10 grand. How it gonna be on you? How it gonna be on your money? You ain't doing nothing about it. Would it stand up against in the PBI? I said, you don't know what I'm doing, sir. I have been, how do I have to do it? But I was talking with the ministers, the senators, as we would call them, to step in. The government was supposed to step in between the promoter who wanted more money for them to keep races and settle it from even if the government were going to subsidize the thing, but the government didn't step in. But he wanted some tell me that they were my property, my family property, we would have stepped in. Anyway, a little later go about the business. The other thing we came up with now, and this was called really and the set show. I guess he was upset with the fact that the governor, and it got to be the governor, and the governor said that there's going to be races in St. Thomas before St. Croix. He seemingly was interested in getting the St. Thomas track going vis-a-vis the St. Croix track, which they cut up and make a Malta out of it with less seatings and all that kind of thing. And he said, I don't know what they worry about the St. Thomas for. You can't get $2 bet on St. Thomas. The hotel eater said so. I got that. I said, well, I don't know how old you is. And so I heard you said it was 60 years, 50 years you graduate from high school this June.
Yeah. No, next year. Next year I'll be 50.
It will be closer to 65 for me. That's all out of high school. But, I mean, the thing is this. God, if you know anything about racing, you're a race man, your family, the Valleys, and St. Thomas, I used to capture all and exercise all for them. I never rode in a race. But this crew, the bag full of money. We used to bet at the dollar. Fahie, do you remember that?
Yep. Yep.
Crew, the bag full of money. That's what our parameters. The biggest bet I paid in was maybe a $10,000, $20,000 bet, me alone. But I know it had $150,000, $200,000 bet right in the same race. Cash money. So all of people got money. You don't need a kind of house with a bill, you don't build a small house. No, the chipping is about two houses. You don't get no two houses and them foolish. You're crazy. But you see, because it's a smaller island, and the Virgin Islands name American Virgin Islands, they think they got something over the BVI. They got nothing. Why right now the Wattsella generator in the plant, the Popwood plant is chopping. I know that because I did some contractual work for not directly for the government and the BVI, but through a general contractor. If they're going to walk away in the name of Jesus, those in St. Thomas, and then McGregor crap they got in St. Croix can't walk. You just tell us I'm captain bad, and we will take it. The government can't continue to say they got a deal. There's a deal. What is a deal? When you talk about deal in this, does that mean it's something under the table? You got something for it? That was a deal. You don't deal with people like this kind of way. People die because they can't have the insulin refrigerated. Are you talking foolishness about deals? I don't know. But again, boy, I don't know how much longer you're going to continue trying to not convince, to show the people why they need to stand up. Mario said, there's 50 years plus he doing it. I said, brother, I hope you're ready to do it for another 50. Come here, see changes. They done on mine. Boom, so now. Why can't I raise your back? I tell you about the passing going. Wait, but I don't pass it. I don't know if I'm Fahie throw me out. You sure tell me don't come on. Why you don't want me come on, Fahie? Got to the truth. He wife found me on, but me got in between he and he wife. He wife and I know he wife before he know he wife. She wants me and he don't want me and. So they are. But I'm being told, what you call it, take right there and back. I mean, I don't know. How much more years, boy, are we going to continue with this divisive foolishness? Anyway, I will see. The time will come. I suspect when I will stop. The children done on me, the grandchildren walk. Grandpa stay up and ready to the stupidness. want to listen to the people. What I got?
Okay, thank you for the call. Hey, listen. While he was here talking, not that I paid attention, I was here watching something on Facebook where the guy, it's very interesting. Uh, oh, it's very interesting. Last night, uh, a BBC he tried to make contact with I think it's Kevin Williams for the governor. Monday he said Monday with Kevin, it wasn't good. To talk about the same dirty contract they want to bring on the people, and these people is who walk in, they people who sing for their supper. Mr. Fahie don't sing for his, never did, never will. I will score be number one in number two business. I real good at it. I don't think they'll give the lights. I don't know if they're still giving the plumbing test in the electrical test. As I say, I pushed for that back in the 80s. I get a board together. I read the laws. I did all come back them who think that they're gonna keep me back and keep me down. They just make me read and educate myself on the laws and why you got to do the Sunshine Act, all of these things I know about union contract. That's why I said when you come home and you want to work for yourself, help yourself, all the people who you smiling with you, all of them ain't good, 3/4 of them ain't want to go forward. Oh yes. Good afternoon. Welcome to the show. Yeah. Yeah.
The idols of doing show. I got show 6 o'clock in the Wednesday, but now it's like 6 o'clock to that and then 5 o'clock.
You gonna be on 5 to there?
Yeah, instead of 6, I'm going from 5 to 7.
Okay.
So the from 6 to 8, I'm going from 5 to 7.
Wait, hold on. Instead of 6, you're going on from 5 to 7.
Right.
Okay. I'll announce it for you.
And I better look out for them to do that.
Hey, brother, they're right there, Cash is king. That's why I keep telling the people, listen, you don't got to like me, but I calling it as be done had a Judah sell us out already.
Yeah.
And there's more waiting because I keep telling the people, if you elect people who broke and somebody show up with a lot of cash, they will sell us. They care if the money done after because you see them in the street living like dog afterwards. And then
I love confusion and I want to do the right thing. That's what I say. Do the right thing.
Well, I applaud the houseman them last night. The first house meeting I ever been to in life. In life. Where they had no argument, no fussing, no cussing. They raising the voice at each other. We're so proud of them. And I tell you, when Chuck get up and Chuck spoke, and he put everything in perspective, what they want to do, what they want to give the houseman them, they feel they like the people them hungry because they ain't got raised, they should just jump and take it. And you see these people making millions hand over face. And he intend to give the houseman them nothing out of that. They're going to build 2 new buildings for $12 million, people. And when they put them back, the husband, they ain't nothing out of that.
Well, I said, I love how creative because we do the right thing.
I agree. Yeah. Support the husband, them, support the economy, support the people. Yeah. And I will agree with you. I personally get on the radio and sing with you. But if you're looking to rob the people, I ain't supporting you. Don't come tell me what I could get. I can't get nothing because I gone dead. Anyway. Okay, good. No problem. All right. Yeah, that's a good guy, Choco McIntosh. He said instead of 6 o'clock tonight, he should go and be on from 5 to 7. I'm going to keep announcing for the next hour and a half while I'm on. So instead of the people coming on to listen at 6, he going to be on from 5 people. Listen, that's the real old song them. That you got to listen to him, to his show. This show is I got to thank Mary Moorhead for allowing me to host a show. This is the second week, so that I could bring. I ain't got time limit. And other show I calling, I got time limits. And this show, I have from 12:30 to 4:30. I could talk about any subject matter I want. And what I'm trying to do is talk about the injustice. Because back in the days, everybody used to be Momo, only a few people used to be educated. So the educated one, them used to take advantage of the uneducated. But now, most of the educated is donkey and the uneducated is smart. It kind of reverse. And now, although they're highly educated, the uneducated realize, wait, but they're dumber than me. And they're trying to sell us out. I'm so proud of the house man them. I ain't gonna lie. I ain't got no house. But from my days around house donkey, mule, goat, sheep. That's why I remember, when I went in the army, this dude from North Carolina, he was E5. He telling me how he airborne ranger. He did. I said, brother, we were going on a survival. My type of thing. I tell the man straight up, I said, brother, let me tell you something. I come from Virginia, like a bush. I used to run cow and goat and sheep through the bush. Barefoot. That's my environment. When I get in the jungle, that's my environment. You come from a concrete jungle. I come from bush with catch and keep. He know not about catch and keep and date in Kasha tree. What are you telling me about bush, brother? You know he quit. You know he quit, right? 12 of us start, only 2 finish. The other man was going to quit and until I tighten you up. Never forget it. I got a clip in them home for from the newspaper. He telling me when I said jungle, but I grew up in the bush. You know what mango tree I went to in the bush? All in the bush I got pick mango. Why are you talking about bush and jungle? That's my environment. I never forget where I come from. All in the hill in Tattoo. How you mean all the hill up? You talking about bush? Man, people need to go sit down. They don't underestimate. They don't know that's why I tell people, you don't know me or no. You see me, you don't know me. Like the other night, I leave and I say, you know what, I go home go cook me a fish. A nice fish and butter sauce. That's what I want to eat. I go home. That's why I go in a bubble. I home all day, me do nothing. I just lay down in my hammock, call them Mr. Lazy. Then people say, God, Fahie, you know what, you can make it how much people need plumber, you know, Fahie. I said, train the youths. Send our young people to school. They go to a technical college. Electrician, plumber, carpenter, construction technology, refrigeration, in air condition, welding, mason. I tell you, when I went to school, I didn't know you could go to school to learn to sail. They're teaching you from how to build a little dinghy. I tell you, when you graduate, you're going to be able to take the boat captain test. I was shocked. The guy tell me straight up, Fahie, all I going to do is sail from the States to the Caribbean, drop off people yacht, and come back. That's all I going to do. I say, you could do that? He say, yes. In the Virgin Islands, in the school. They ain't teaching about sailing a boat. When I remember when I went around the world, I used to see the little children in the weekend. They're teaching them how to sail. They ain't look like us. I said, but why home we can't do that? Because they don't want us to know. Something is wrong with, we got all this water around us. The lapas that they got to teach swimming in school, they don't do it. I keep asking, if you don't travel, you won't see. I said, but why we can't teach captain boat sailing and stuff from in school? Set up a program so young men from St. Croix in the village they could sail, get boat captain license, could get their own thing and do charters. But the people don't care. The people in authority do not care. As long as they're getting their hand grease, the package big, to hell with the rest of the people. They tell you the only time these people care is election time. The only time. Because they need the people vote. I tell you, I hear a senator say, the people don't know what they want. So he will find that the people them so stupid, they don't know what they want, but they vote for the idiot. That's what he think of them. But they don't know he's an idiot. And they know I think like them. Like an idiot. It's crazy. Why can't we do that for all young people? The place going to hell. We continue to talk about infrastructure development. Which infrastructure development? I keep asking them, so maybe I'll get up people. Hey, I was reading this book. I don't know where I put it down. It talk about that. It talk about the people, when immigration, the man laying the people in St. Thomas, the immigration man, I think it was 1,200 people. And that's how they had to go back and bring in the people to work because he had, I see it repeating itself. But I can't remember which book I read it in. Apparently, give me the book. Wow, my phone is ringing. Okay. It's crazy, man. But it's always a pleasure to come on the radio, enlighten, educate the people. As I said, well, you're right. You're right. We gonna always get beat without vision. Up in the people that visionless gonna always criticize people with vision. Yeah, like the person that I was who insisted on swimming pool. I get beat for it. People still criticize saying school don't need a pool. Yeah, you idiot. School need a pool. That's why when the man come with all the 4 pools down in Frederick Stadium, we gonna be teaching synchronizing swimming and the train them need to swim. I can't show up. But because we is local people, we know what we talking about. We should go sit down. I can't show up and tell these idiots who try to convince Fahie that we need, I said about country they got a pool, Beeston Hill got a pool. No, Fahie, we need all these pool he could be teaching. I can't, man. But because when local says something, we ain't going along. As long as them don't look like us, they could come. Wait, I was trying to find this thing on the guy that the judge said, I think the judge said he can't run. When he had already started to run for St. Thomas. It looked like he a con man though. I don't know. I got to look it up. I said I was going to look it up on VI Consortium against sidetrack. No. Not VI Consortium. VI Source. Is VI Source. No. I just hit the wrong thing. Let me see if it's in St. Thomas Source. I'm trying to find it, filing the line lock in crowded 26 election field at ban on historic site. Okay. I got to read this thing for the people in. Oh, see it here? AG opinion closed door. I'm gonna read this for the people in because here we got another bandit. People in the Virgin Islands, I tell you, cash is king, and these bandits know how to come down here and mix and mingle and throw around a little penny, and we jump on the ground and pick it up, and how nice we dance from. They go down the street and come back, we down with the still dancing. AG opinion closed door and McCaffrey Senate bid. But delegate run raises different legal questions. You hear that? You hear what I just read in AI rated. AG opinion closed door and McCaffrey Senate bid. But delegate run raises different legal questions. Attorney General Gordon Rea has formally concluded that Brett McCaffrey is ineligible to serve in the Virgin Islands legislature. The Attorney General write that. I reading it from the VI source, St. Thomas source. Issuing a legal opinion Monday that what the Department of Justice described as a lengthy, listen to this, people, a lengthy Ohio criminal record involving felony conviction, fraud-related offenses, and crime involving moral turpitude. Mr. Fahie said, I reading it from the St. Thomas source, is the opinion of the Attorney General, Gordon Rea, not Mr. Fahie. The opinion addressed to the Supervisor of Election, Caroline Fox, was requested after McCarthy picked up nomination papers in April to run for the legislature. In the 7-page memorandum, DOJ attorneys conclude that Section 6B of the Revised Organic Act bar McCaffrey from legislative office because he has been convicted of felonies, and has not received a pardon restoring his civil rights. Hello? If I had do that, I will see my name splatter all over the news in the Virgin Islands. The opinion arrived as McCaffrey has publicly shifted his political focus toward the territory delegate to Congress. Another loophole. He said, come to the Virgin Islands and ride the donkey them. I could mix and mingle like a cash. They ain't got nothing. Throw a little crumb at the table and they're going to eat. I going to keep the bread. A move that raises a separate legal question because the federal qualification governing the delegate seat differs from the revised Organic Act provision governing the legislature. According to the DOJ opinion and attached court exhibit, attorney identified conviction across multiple Ohio counties between 2015 and 2019. We have a gangster among us, people. Not me saying it. The attorney, the DOJ, it's the attorneys. They ain't call who name. I just reading what the source have from the Attorney General office. So don't go say Fahie say. Fahie reading what is public information. All right. Fahie right, make up nothing. It said between 2015 and 2019, including offensive offenses involving passing bad checks, thief, forgery, identity fraud, cocaine possession, and grand thief. What will make this guy think that he could come to the Virgin Islands with all this dirty laundry and get in the race for the legislature? Only one thing, he talked to people, they said go to the Virgin Islands with the guy like an idiot down there, and you could do what you want. One exhibit include a 2016, I can't even know the word, Gonga County conviction for 4th-degree felony passing bad check. Another detail, a Portage County jury conviction involving forgery and theft offenses. Wow. Additional Summit County record show guilty plea to felony cocaine possession and grand thief charges. The opinion repeatedly point to offenses involving fraud or deception. The offenses of passing bad check, forgery, and identity fraud all include an intent to defraud as an element of the offense. The opinion stated, later adding that thief offense involved deception also likely qualify as criminal for moral turpitude under Virgin Islands law. To support that conclusion, DOJ attorney cite prior Virgin Island case law defining crime of moral turpitude broadly to include crime where fraud is either explicit or implicit in the nature of the offense. The opinion also directly rejects arguments reportedly advanced by Mr. Clarity attorney earlier this spring. According to DOJ memorandum, McClaffrey attorney argued that some conviction has been reversed or appealed. That Ohio conviction should not count toward Virgin Island in eligibility standard, and that Ohio law restore his civil rights after completion of the sentence. The opinion rejects those arguments. Wow. The opinion notes that appellate ruling attached to the filing deal largely with sentencing dispute and jail time credited calculation, not reversal of underlying conviction itself. The Attorney General Office, who rejected the argument that only conviction handed down in Virgin Islands Code should count toward disqualification under Section 6B. You got to be crazy. There is no reason to believe that Congress intends to permit felons and those otherwise convicted of crime of moral turpitude to serve in the Virgin Islands legislature so long as those convictions arose from criminal conduct in other parts of the United States, the opinion states. But we part of the United States. We got to follow the same laws the Supreme Court law refer to us. Argue that while Ohio may restore certain civil rights to former offender after completion of sentence, the revised Organic Act specifically required a pardon restoring civil rights before someone convicted of felonies or criminal crimes of moral turpitude can serve in the legislature. McCaffrey does not have a pardon, the opinion state. The legal opinion add another layer to the scrutiny already surrounding McCaffrey, who was arrested earlier this year by VIPD Economic Crime Unit in connection with what authority described as a $888,500 fraud investigation involving counterfeit checks, fictitious bank draft, and disputed financial transaction. McCaffrey had denied wrongdoing in that case, which remained pending. There's a whole write-up on this cat. As Monday evening, however, McCarthy had not officially filed nomination paper for delegate to Congress. Tuesday, the filing date for candidates to file for the 2026 cycle. Code record is currently prohibited from leaving St. Thomas St. John District without permission because of the condition tied to his pending criminal case. Here we go again. The perfect place to come. Come in the VI. You could have scammed them. Oh, wow. Good afternoon. Can I help you? Welcome to the show.
Yeah, Fahie, quickly on that thing you're reading there, right?
Yeah.
Somebody said it to me last night, and I fall off my bed laughing. Because the same way as you saying, he will have to be sent down to the Virgin Islands and telling that you could get away with anything down there. Because this long, messy record this guy have, how we think he could run for any public office?
No, they say
What you see?
the boy never got a donkey you could ride. As long as they got cash, you could do anything.
Right, but you see what it's telling us about ourselves is that let that has been Fahie was made to somebody else with more head. Robert, they'll come up with all kind of thing what he didn't do. How much woman he sleep with, how much rum he drink. But he come in a white boy, so he could get away with it. You know?
Brother.
But let me tell quick into something with Wappa then I'm going. You know the power producers across America have big meetings every now and then.
Yeah.
I did not attend one that they had in East St. Louis about 2 weeks or so ago. I did not attend. I had planned to, but I got a little ill. But anyway, I had a call. I got a call from the said meeting where whoever it was from WAPA, I don't know which one, they didn't tell me, but it's a representative of WAPA. And they asked the questions about the WAPA power generation and production and transport and distribution system. And the person could not answer the question.
He will represent WAPA, right?
But he represents WAPA.
All right. Okay.
So he got tripped. So anyway, they asked him, the truck hauled all of them on his swing. They asked him, why is it that the CEO of WAPA salary was set at $500,000 for such a small plant? When in plants 1,000 times the size on the mainland, the highest salary has been at $350,000. The boss, he said, the governor said it. I mean, he answered correctly. I don't know if you all remember when they had narrowing down to 3 people to get a job. Night was one, a French girl from Nazareth who know much more than Carl Knight. That is an electrical engineer. Carl Knight is not. And the governor admitted he was paid numb by someone of the press, and he said he should not have done it. He took the 3 top finalists to dinner. Why the governor want to get himself involved with it? Let the board do the work.
Wait. Stop. Did you hear the board complain?
No,
Okay. All right. All right.
You have hardly spoken for it. You have hardly called them a piece of two white for a board.
They should disband the board. They should disband the board of education. Disband them.
I have told the board members that they're complaining to me about the governor. I can't do nothing but talk about it on the radio. You see? But these are the things that continue to happen and make us look bad. Anyway, since this board and Peter still like to be a thing, I give them a name and tell them to call all
All right, thank you for the call. Okay, there's a thank you for this information. Yeah, he got big swimming, big scholarship for swimming. That's why we got to teach our train them how to swim. Definitely. Okay, lane one. Okay. But they say that he turning it thing to the election board. I think it was due yesterday. I was reading it. They say he ain't done anything, but there's no felony restriction for delegate to Congress. You don't think the legislature should have done fix that? Instead of Kenny going to pass a bill to cut to punish the old people in punish the poor people in the Virgin Islands, he should have worked on a bill for that. He should have worked on a bill to tell the people when you're paying cash, you shouldn't be penalized for paying in cash. Take that nonsense from here and go back with it. But Kenny's so busy. I don't know why he wake up on Mumuchu for stupid bush tea to go bring a bill to find the people in $1,500. If you don't cut the side of the road, not cut a wrong whopper pole that is on your property. Hello? And want the same people to vote for a come election. I tell you, these people need to go in the Guinness Book of Record. The Senate are running, but the same year at election, the middle of the year, 3/4 of the year down, a quarter of the year, he bring a bill say, listen, if I don't cut the side of the road, you property bung the road, where public won't suppose cut it, if I don't cut it, I don't pay a $1,500 fine. And if you can't afford the fine, then the government put a lien on your property. That's how we are return. That's the thanks he gave to the people that vote for him. Then they're mad with me for saying it. I didn't bring the bill. I tell you, that's a Momo bill. I tell you so. But because the name Senator, I forget me went to the Ivy League school. I keep telling people so. Yes, I went in Rhode Island to school, right by Brown University where I used to live. But it wasn't an Ivy League school. So they could give me a minute. Good day. I'm all right. Yeah, so I had to go right there and check. I had the door closed, and only I alone in the studio. So, but listen, people, I love the Virgin Islands. I made a decision to come and live in the Virgin. I was in the military. I get out, I come home. I was home. I started training them outside. I didn't plan to go to college. That's how I ended up in the military, because I didn't plan to go be no history or gym teacher where they wanted me to go. I always I always got my own head. I make my own decision. But then, as I said, I like to do my own thing. And when I decided I go into a technical college, I had to look for it for myself. You could imagine you in the Votech class, and they never tell you could go to a technical college. Never. It was never mentioned in my school days. You know what I used to say? If you're playing sports, you're a dummy. So they write you off. They put you in a dumb class. They put you in a dumb class. And I believe it's still happening today, you know. I can't speak because I tell you next year I'm going to be 50 years since I leave school. But, and that's when I know they shall change me. Physics and chemistry, they never teach me when I was in high school, you know. Because what they say, you playing sports, you are dummy. You go in vocational. And you stay in vocational. And then I look at it and I say, wow. But in vocational, you could make money. I used to go with my uncle, the lane block. I used to go on construction site. I said, what? I see the laborer, he'll be over yonder doing something. They call it, come, I need this, bring this. You hear somebody, I said, I'll never do that. Never. From in my young days, I used to go by the tradesman, the electrician, them, the carpenter, the mason, the plumber. I go and I look in, I want to learn, I ask them questions. But them old people never shun away from telling me nothing. Show me how to put on the line to lay the block and all this, you know, how to mix the mortar, turn it with shovel. Then when I get older, they had mixture. You got to live. Sometimes the mixture take the bag when I trying to put in the cement. The mixture taking the bag out your hand. But they never tell me I could have got to a technical college, people. I find out when I went, because when I went, if I had no all like learning to sailing, so that's why I do. You know, you could go to school, say, you studying the same thing, them the people who going to a regular college studying, but you getting a trade with it. I call it a bang for the buck. You come out, you could run your own business. You might got to go work with somebody, you know, as I say, you got apprenticeship program, you got this program. But if you go to that technical school, you will come out and save up for yourself. I could tell you. Because when I didn't need nobody to hold my hand. When I leave as Fred Reisman tell me, I said, but I can't read no plan. He said, when you leave here, you're going to look at the plan once and put it in your back pocket. You're going to need it. He was right. I couldn't believe it. Why ain't we instilling these things in our young people's head? Why? Why don't we have a vocational school where we go in the class and say, listen, children, you see them academic trainers over there who going to school? Automotive mechanic. You could go to a technical college. Electrician, AC. I had a nephew in the state. I said, listen, I gonna carry you Florida ticket, I think it is, right up on the corner. I said, I carry you up there. We're going tomorrow morning. We gonna go in the school and we gonna walk around. You choose what you want to do. Me, I'll choose it for you. But go to a technical school. Learn a skill. You're going to work for life. You don't calling people, they calling you. I take him there myself. He didn't know what he wanted to do. And he chose AC and refrigeration. He could make side hustle. We want to do that to our young people. We always got excuse. Why? I guarantee how much trade student that graduate get a scholarship to move on to a technical college. How much are them? They could tell you how much academic scholarship they get. So what happened to the vocational side? The vocational technical side of the school. How much college, how much scholarship? You know what? I'm going to go to the technical board and ask them that. How much scholarship the children on the vocational side got? Full paid. It's 2. It's 3. I done. You hear reading half all these scholarship that the academics side get. Have you heard them read half scholarship for the vocational side? No. They could go learn to well. That's why I learned to well. So Fred, he said, what you do? I said nothing. He said, okay. School buy all the material, the machine them there. That's right. I sit down on my drafting board many nights trying to figure out things. Learn to draft right there. I still got my drafting board home. All the whole kit I got home. I don't draw. If I see a plan, I know how to read it. Because I had to draw the plan. Tell you when you leave. As Fred said to me, he said, "What are you going back home for? You could be a millionaire." I said, "Fred, people like you come to the VA in short pants and t-shirt and slippers. That's how I gonna live. That's why I got more short pants and t-shirt and slippers. Knocking dog. Why haven't we?" And then they tell you, we ain't gonna workforce. Why can't we set up a program where every 2 years we send 2 students or 3 students to a technical school in different fields with the thing that they come back home? Instead they got to work for the government, or you could give them a job in the vocational school to teach the youth them. They're fresh out of school, they got all the new technology. Give them a scholarship. You get in the bank for your buck. They go where? They learn, they come back, they teach. Teach for a year or two, bye. We sending every 2 years, we sending people. Election every 2 years, we ain't changing out nobody. We just running an election. Every 2 years, we send some children to school on scholarship. WAPA do it. The Alpha McFarlane Scholarship. Brilliant, brilliant young people. WAPA, one time I see WAPA had about 6 of them back there. Me, you know, they're probably gone. WAPA probably had work for all of them. That's facts. When I know some of them personally, they probably done gone someplace. If you want to join in on the show, you could call 340-773-0390. 340-773-0490. You could join in on the show. You know, as I said, I was amazed that they say that no restriction for governor neither. There's no felony restriction for delegates of Congress, but there's restriction for legislature. So you can't ride the legislature, but you could ride the Congress. Let me see the source again. Let me go back in here and read. Yeah, filing date locked in. Crowded 2026 election field. Well, that's good. EPA in March 9.4 million for USBI drinking water. That's crazy. They want to get a lot of water. This guy really, really, really good. The guy showing down here, and he say he seeks. Really, he think down here got a lot of jackass he could ride, you know. But I think the monkey will climb the wrong tree sometime. They say the more you climb up, the more you could see. Seek bail modification so he could campaign for delegate. While free on bail, and Grand lastly filed an emergency motion Monday in VA Superior Court and St. Thomas seeking permission to travel to St. Croix to meet with a landlord for a potential campaign headquarters. Told a court in his motion that he had a 6 p.m. meeting with a landlord and not secure overnight lodging, but hope to at the Buccaneer Resort and will return to St. Thomas on Tuesday. Oh, yes, yes, yes. People, you know, let me read this letter that the cap I just see it come back up. And I need to read it for the people. This is a letter from the Caravel group. Let me read it for the people. The letter from the Caravel group. See, today I'm reading a lot. This is. Oh no, I ain't gonna get in that one. I'm leaving that one alone. I don't know. Then Caravel letter. Oh, I know where I'm finding it. I know where I'm finding it. This one here had me kind of a bazadi till I went and reread it because I ain't biased, you know. I is the type of guy who open-minded. Caravel Group wrote a letter to the governor. I got time to read it for the people. This ain't nothing make up, but as I said, they had the opportunity when they had the track. They did nothing but BS the people them. I call it moving the dot up and down and taking off the galvanize when they had none in the middle of the rainy season. That's how gangster there was on the people them. And that was why I didn't care about the letter. I said, why they don't go sit down? But after I get up the mind, I go out on my step because I'm running. I'm walking. Chilling, point on weight. I said, let me pull out this thing and read it. Here what the letter said, people. These are people who are supposed to do the track, you know. They pack up and they left. The BS for years they didn't do nothing. Move the dot up and down and take off the galvanize and put on some. Now last night I heard the husband them saying the galvanizing got to be replaced. But then when you galvanizing people put on. Here what the letter said. It come from Caravel Group. It said we respectfully write to express our opposition to the proposed legislation that would allow Sutherland Gaming to operate Video Lottery Terminal VLT at the Randolph Duck James Racetrack and St. Croix. We strongly support the reopening and revitalization of the racetrack and recognize its historic, cultural, and economic importance to the territory. We believe horse racing. All right. Good afternoon. Welcome to the show.
Thank you. Good afternoon. Listen, I have a question.
Shoot.
Do you think that the time when they were giving out the checks from OMB, you know?
Which check?
Remember?
Which check?
They were issuing checks to government workers from the OMB.
I can't recall.
You don't recall that? Okay, well, I just wanted to know. A lot of people got and some didn't get. I just wanted to know what happened to those that didn't get. Is money still there?
Well, the money, more than likely, the money finished.
Oh, thank you. That's the end of the story.
Okay, thank you for the call.
Thank you so much.
All right, no problem. All right. It's yeah, they believe in it. We believe horse racing can once again become a positive community and tourism asset for St. Croix. However, we are deeply concerned that the proposed legislation could negatively impact existing businesses, jobs, and long-term stability of St. Croix gaming and tourist economy. Our primary concern. Then they got into the concern, you know. Now they had the opportunity, and what they're saying is true. So that's why I'm reading it so people could know. But they had their chance to fix it, and he fix it. But this is number one, significant potential job losses within the existing casino, hotel, restaurant, and tourism industry as gaming revenue shift away from the current resort-based model that supports local employment and economic activity. The right. Circumvention of the Casino Control Commission by placing casino-style gaming under a separate and less comprehensive regulatory framework. I agree with that. Don't put them under VA lottery. This is a gangster move. I go sit down. Unfair tax and operational advantage granted to Sutherland SGVI that are not available to existing local businesses that operate under full regulatory and tax obligation. The use of public asset and funding to support a private gaming expansion without clear guarantee of broader public benefit, transparency, or accountability. A revenue allocation structure that appears heavily weighted toward raising interest with limited reinvestment directed toward broader community priorities and infrastructure. Synchrony's existing gaming framework was designed to support tourism development, job creation, and responsible gaming oversight. We believe that racetrack can and should be redeveloped in a way that complement these goals rather than undermine them. We respectfully urge careful reconsideration of this legislation and its potential long-term consequences for the economy and workforce of Synchrony. Thank you for your time and consideration. Respectfully, the Cavalry Group team. Yes, what they're saying is factual. That's why I read it so the people could know that they write it, but they had the opportunity. And all they do is blame me the people in for a long, long time. I get caught up and down from the husband them because they were supporting them, and I don't care. They prove me right though. They prove me that they didn't go and do nothing. Every time they were going to the legislature, they moved the dot. I could have driven by the track and not going by the legislature. The last time when they were going, they were done in Antigua with the bulldozer pushing. I had the picture of them. They take off. There was a go to the legislature, I think 2 weeks. 2 weeks before they start taking the governors them off. And I remember my good friend telling me, I said, what? You take off governors off your house in the middle of the hurricane season if you got nothing to put on? My good friend tell me, you know what he tell me? He said, hey, at the least they start to work early. I said, but that's a fraud. They're going to the legislature. So that's all they're going to do. No, man, they're going to fix it. They all the time them up in Antigua, Them in Antigua people, they don't jump ship. Well, that's it. They bail out. And what they write is factual. You can see it from an intellectual perspective, not bashing or nothing, talking facts. And I agree with them. That's why I read it so the people could know. Well, these people write a real good letter. But they ain't gonna study that. Cash is king. If everybody getting a retirement out this thing coming up. Well, most of the players, them, not everybody, gonna set them for life. You think they're studying a letter? No, I don't think so. I don't think they study nothing what the people got to say, but bring the cash. Let me sit down and relax. Are you going to get old and you got nothing? I got peanut. I could go on at my yacht. And I could go sail up and down. I like to sail, but me on a yacht. And I won't sell out the people them for the yacht. I will be, as I said, as the girl letter said, you have to be truthful to the people. Tell the people the truth. All it is about VLT. Anybody know how to say. When the class in there that they could leave anytime, they could wait 2 years in, they could say, hey, I done. Bye, see you. How come they may tell you with a penalty? Okay, you want to leave? This is what you got to come up with. That's why I tell you, I love my people. People could say, how are you going to be on the radio complaining? Somebody got to complain, idiot. Because you on the master table waiting for you come them to drop it. You can't complain. Because you know what they're going to tell me? Oh, you can't bite the hand that feed you. You're right. The hand that feed you should choke you. They will tell me that. I said, me and a hand feeding me. I feed myself. I said, asking them if I ever come to them for a job. People will be calling me all the time. Me pumping, walking, I ain't gonna water. My toilet won't flush. Mister, I my hammock. As I said, you know what? Tell me why you do it. I gonna tell you how to fix it. Don't get no plumber. Don't get nobody. Tell me why you do it, and I gonna tell you how to fix it. I could do that. I could stay on the phone and you tell me why you do it, and I could tell you how to fix it. Free. Because somebody made my friend. I say, I ain't working, you know. But I tell you how to do it. Because some of them things is simple thing that when the plumber come here, you ring your hand, clean out the socket. I don't think you got a pump I can fix, work on. Period. I could tear it down and put it back together. In no time I used to do that, even the back. That's when I went to school, all them things I learned. That I could sit down and take a pump apart and put it back together, deep well, shallow well pump. I used to be the pump man down on the track. Ask any other house man them. All them well down on the pump. I used to pull them pump and fix them up and replace them. Hello? Why can't we need plumbers, electricians, carpenters, masons. We need construction people, send them to school. Give them, the Virgin Islands got money. You know what? Can you get in should do? All them EDC company who are getting tax break should take some money and put in a scholarship fund for children to go away to learn trades. Build the system up. They used to give money to school in the States. When is the tax break here they're getting? Me asking, I used to go around and try to get money from them. They don't support local. Well, not back then. And I know from personally sending out mail to them to ask for money for the training to travel to Penn and stuff, Pali Relay, Tatola. I know if you don't have a headache, you can't tell me about a headache, people. So, ain't like I sitting down just blowing hot air. That's what I tell people. Don't tell me I should run for the Senate because you feel I could get on the radio like, oh, I got a mic tank to Peggy Moorhead again. That I could speak freely and on a time limit. And Fahie sound good on the radio. He always got a real idea, you know. But I should run for the Senate. So why should I run for the Senate? Because I sound good on the radio? Where is this? Where you want to support me? I've been out there for years representing numerous cars on the side of the road by myself. Today I see Miss Harvey. in the funeral sitting right in front of me. She was, I think, the next pew up. Miss Harvey used to stop and bring me drink. Say, Fahie, I see you out here. I can't say much other people bring me nothing. I could say that with Miss Harvey. She will stop and bring, say, Miss Fahie out here in the sun. I out there representing for the people, not for me. I could have gone down tree, go sit down. You know how much sign I make up? I go pull up my phone and tell you all what I represent. What have these people ever done? I asked them, are you talking about I should run for the Senate? No, you never come out with me one day. So much issues. If I come as senator, I can't do that. I can't come up on the radio, sit down and talk. First thing I want to say, you see, we lucky to be insane. You see where he is on the radio talking. I think like you because I grew up in wrong you. Then it's well, he should shut up. He don't want to run it. I can't talk. I tell you when they bring the bill to tax the veteran. Veteran needs to pay property tax, just like in some state. They say the government need the money. I was against it. This idiot. I never know he was a momo till he opened him out that night. He said they got to pay something. I like, what? But I know I grew up with this guy. He stay here sucking his mother's breast while I was out the cold in the jungle. He never went to a reforgery in his life. He don't even know what it is. But he gonna open his mouth and say what he said. Not one veteran stand up and say hell no. Not one. I said, well, this one we gonna fight. When they bring the toilet tax to tax every toilet in people's house, said to help waste management make money, that they could come in your yard. People will forget. They got short memory. They could come and dig up your yard without your permission. That's how Momo the bill was, you know. They write a bill that they could come in your yard and dig up your septic and you got to pay them and you invite them. These are the kind of Momo we are leading us. Putting pen to paper. I fight that, you know. I get out the law. Up to today, somebody will tell me, you know, if your fault is why waste management don't make the money. I say, why? Because you stop the toilet tax. People, I don't go advertising. I tell you, when they bring the tax to tax the veteran them, no respect. And the veteran them lie down and didn't do nothing. And they're telling me I must go run for the Senate. When GIS screw the people them, I out there screaming, GIS supposed to collect your money. You show up to GIS saying, no. You owe $15,000, $20,000. And you say, but I didn't know. They said, well, bring the money before you could retire. The Momo people, some of them stuck $20,000, $30,000. GIS telling them they owe. They can't go. When they were the fiduciary, your money, they were supposed to make sure they collect your money, not you. The people won't stand up. They mean got the money, they got to go and borrow it and work longer. That's how my people is. We got Wappa raping us every day. Every day. Wappa let off pure dirty water. The water gummy. The people I out there protesting. Me, I get a few people come. I said, listen, PSC got a meeting this day, this time. Show up with the dirty water. Show up. When I show up, open the door. Not a man in the place. Mr. Hughes and Fahie want to testify. I could never forget. And these people will tell me I must run for Senate. I show up me and a whopper water. I got sister. Not a man in the place, people. How that look? I out there fighting for cars for the listen. That's why I tell people, my mother, you know, she get here to me, you know. If my mother get a momo, Amy, I don't be influenced by people talking nonsense. I love if you put your hand in the alligator mouth and he bites it off the first time, don't go back the second time. This is what I tell people. People telling me I should run for you, get me or no. I'll be like Bob Brian. Bob stand for something while all of them stand for nothing. He was a black sheep in the legislature. Positive challenge the guy, they put a sanction on positive. Never forget it. They tell, what's your name to run? I forget her name now. She got show here on the Jamila. They tell Jamila to run there in support her. But they're telling me I must run. And they're gonna support me. How that gonna work? I don't see a scooter person over there. You think I gonna come and get scooter? I ain't a momo. Not because I went school I'll be number one and number two business me and a dumb and stupid. Why run for what? I continue to elect the same set of ways year after year after year after year. How I gonna go in telling me I should go in and make a change? How that gonna work? The same people in there year after year. Check the record. Check the record. What have they done to make your life better? I talk about mine. I gonna make mine better anyhow. Because the jet them ain't stop flying and the cruise ship ain't stop sailing. And I want to go all over the world just to see how other people live. Hello? And 5 must run. I've been running for years. I don't know. Right now, one of the tire them look like it kind of flat. 3 weeks I ain't walk out. I ain't walk with fire walk on them in weeks now. Because one of the tire them getting flat. It's old. Time catching up with it. It look like a point on weight because I stay in my hammock too long. I tell you, 3 is going 10. I close. Yes. I could tell you all where I run, marathon this, survival this. Brother, crazy thing I done. At this age, I look back, I could say, well, God been good to me. Real good. I don't got to do nothing but stay black in there. That's why I can't travel now. Cause the clown showing the donkey show coming up. And you're going to see me whenever it got forum, I sitting in the front seat to get jokes. As soon as I hate, I going. If I go where I'm going to miss it, it got to be an emergency. 108 people running for position in the Virgin Island people. You got 9 people running for governor. 9! Something got to be good. Some of them, I say, only want to do it for the fun of having fun. I agree with them. If that's what make them happy, do it. They know they ain't going to place. But they say, listen, let me just throw my hat in the ring. Wait, you know what? They throw their hat in the ring. And they say, you know what? I ain't gonna get in. But because I throw my hat in the ring, whoever win, I could get a big job from them. That's how we gonna work. If I go to one for a big job, they're gonna say, Fahie, get from here. Fahie, you're crazy. But no, if I throw my hat in the ring and I run for governor and I go over there and talk to them whether demo rat or not, they say, my son, at least you run for governor, give you something. Not the legislature, you know. Because a lot of fell out in the legislature. When they get kicked out, they don't get no work. As one tell me, when they see you coming, they go cross the street. I'll never forget that day. He said, when they see you coming across the street, people ain't got to cross the street when they see me coming. Because you don't promise in this donkey nothing. A promise is a comfort to a fool. If you want to deliver one time, don't promise me nothing. So I gonna leave you alone. As I said, I'd like to personally thank Mary Mohead for allowing me to sit in on a show and talk to the people. I ain't got no time limit. I could speak freely. You know, she always invite me, if I go come on the Wednesday, you know. But if I gonna be doing that kind of thing too, you know. And lately these afternoon hot from about 7 o'clock, 8 o'clock by the heat out, they're crazy. You better get up 5, start doing what you're doing. 8:30, close down. And you could go back out maybe 4:35 and after 6. Do what you gotta do. But I always enjoy coming and speaking to the people. Hey, anybody want to call in? I know people are listening all over the world. You could call 773-403-0390, 340-773-0490. And you could, you know, put in your 2 cents. Say whatever you got to say. Definitely I'll let you speak. As long as you don't disrespectful. And if they tell you don't call here. Because you won't get to talk. I just here reading up on the because I live on Facebook Live. So I was there reading what people post. You know, it's good that you can reach people with all kind of technology now. That's why I want to know why all people won't send out children them out to technical college, scholarship. Some gonna come back, some ain't. You're gonna laugh some along the way. All ain't gonna make it. But at least give some an opportunity, a chance. We could hear all these scholarship, these children getting to these other schools. Why can't we have scholarship for technical students? Carpenter, mason, electrician, plumbing, refrigeration, you know, whatever, welding, mechanic. Why? Am I the only one interested in vocational education or technical education? Am I? I don't know. I continue used to ask how much money education will give the technical side of the school. Because they get a lot of money. Buy new equipment, buy new tools, buy the most modern stuff. But I guess only I interested. Other people ain't care. The people them who's supposed to oversee them ain't care neither. Why should they care? You know. Let me see if these people, what's this? Something old price that Ease modestly Wednesday a sign of progress in talk with United States and Iran. Now they want to go in Cuba to arrest our old man. How could that be right? How could that be right as a veteran, an old man? How how these people will like you coming into their place in arresting them? Good afternoon. Welcome to the show.
Good afternoon.
Good
I
afternoon.
thought to congratulate all the graduates.
Oh, thank you, thank you. I'm here speaking about that.
Yeah, it's a milestone in their lives,
Yeah,
and I wish them the best. Don't be afraid to venture out and explore the rest of the world. Go away. I recall, because I listened to my good friend, Nugent.
right.
This
Yes,
morning. Did you hear him?
yes. I heard him read that thing. It was beautiful, wonderful.
Yes, I was moved by it. It brought tears to my eyes because I recall I was just 17 years old when I graduated from Sequoia Central High School. I was timid. I was petrified, but I did it. I had to fly away. It was the first time flying on a plane, and I flew all the way to New Orleans, Louisiana.
Yeah.
I was going to pursue becoming a physician, but I didn't think I was cut out to watching blood. Okay, so, and then I said, okay, let me be a pharmacist then. So I went to Houston, Texas. I worked as a pharmacist technician, but I found the job was dull to me, boring. I think my calling was to educate. So I finished my degree in biology education, a minor in chemistry. And here I am today, and I urge all these graduates, don't give up. It's not always easy, you know. You got people that will tell you can't do it. Don't listen to them, people that try to discourage you.
I agree.
You know, you can do it.
I applaud you telling them don't give up, they could do it. Because I meet a lot of naysayer. I call them naysayer who do nothing. Try to convince me that thing I can't do that. I say I don't do. And, oh no, but you who can do it? Me? It's me you're talking to, you know. Okay. I tell you, I learned from a doctor with the man say he was a C student. He went doctor school. He used to work in the hospital. And he decided he's going to be a doctor. And he get in with the A student and he used to sit down there and question him and listen and write. When he come a doctor, he went to study hospital management. More again, he learned from the A student. I that type of person I go and pick the brain of everybody. Stay up night and study. But you know, and that's why
education is the key.
Is the key.
So it's disheartening to hear that the free tuition program is in jeopardy. How that happened?
How you mean how it happened? Our government it's more than it's madness. It's total madness. All people priority is not straight. And when it comes to the young people getting an education, they don't care.
You see the amount of money some of these candidates spending on a campaign?
Hello?
Oh my God.
Think about it. If they could get all that money, you don't think the same candidate can go out and beg people to put money up so that the train them could get free education?
Yes, to create scholarships.
That's right.
It's up to the people who they want to vote for.
That's right.
I mean, the bottom, but you know how it is. Politicians, they master up the game, the politics. They could talk a seal off of ice.
better you say than me.
They get their message out. That's what I'm saying.
Hey, you know,
Everybody who wants to be in the game, you're going up against seasoned politicians. I'll tell you better. You better get your body together because I don't know. These people, I estimate you have to spend a minimum of 50,000 for effective senatorial campaign, and I would estimate between $1 million and $1.5 million for gubernatorial campaign.
Yes. I believe that too.
All that money they get in, how these people can contribute to scholarship fund, have the children out there selling water. Give it to them.
Listen, that make me mad every time, every Saturday morning. When I come in from walking with Firewalker and I see them training out there selling water. There is no way that should be happening in the VA. I keep saying it. People keep telling me no. I remember when I used to coach at Complex and I go to the senator them for money. And they tell me, well, let the train them sell water. I said, let me tell you, I got a coach certification course. There is nowhere in it where they teach you to carry the train them to sell no water and cake. The train them supposed to be on the track performing, and then we get them ready to run to represent the Virgin Islands. We didn't used to carry them to run to represent themselves. And I used to ask them all the time, when are you traveling? Are you got a money problem? I mean, never see how you out there selling the water.
Right.
They used to tell me, oh, let the train go St. Thomas on the boat. I said, for they get seasick. When I get St. Thomas, the train can't perform. They seasick. We got to fly. I agree. Why? I just asking, how much scholarship does the technical side provide for children to go learn skills? You hear all these children getting endless scholarship, but you don't hear them train on the vocational side getting no scholarship. And they're there because if they go to a technical school, they could get a scholarship to pay for it. I know people are sick.
Those people that will fix your plumbing.
Exactly. Your electrical, your plumbing, your AC, your cars, build your house, building technology. You want to sail up Buck Island, these are the kids who want to sail over there. Why we can't do that for the technical side? Anyway, I'm glad you call it. Oh, don't talk about that at all.
Yeah, I'm on the road now. I'm going to see if that woman is there by the Monday too.
Oh, yeah, I know who you're talking about. Yeah. Right.
Directly attention to the public. I said, the aspirants, show me, don't tell me, talk is cheap. Show me you care. It's a shame. That woman needs help.
Right. You know, and that's it. Listen, I tell people I got to document my car because the other day, the 32nd and 33rd legislature, Nobel Francis 2019, the 32nd approved 3 million. The 33rd approved 4 million to build a building in Anna's Hope. They had a grant for 2.6 million. I think couple little grants come up to 2-point-something million. They ain't build nothing. They get SP money 18 million. They spend some of the money. They ain't build nothing to help these people. These people should be ashamed of themselves.
The government bought Morales, right?
I don't think it's the government. I think it's it's somebody bought it. I don't know who bought it.
I thought it was the government bought it from to make a rehab.
Maybe you know, maybe you're right. Maybe you're right. They ain't do nothing. I tell you, they get the money called Vele to the 33rd legislature, 4 million. Nobel Francis, 3 million, and the 32nd. I got a document down there in the car. When I see the homeless people, I get pissed off.
It's true the place got burned down?
Yes.
Oh, wow. crazy.
Yeah.
Well, anyway, it's up to the people.
Yeah.
Yes, civic education is important. It should be taught in school. I don't know what the status on that. I don't know what's going on with that. But yes, definitely, every child should be encouraged to get their civic lessons. I heard the supervisor election say it starts in the home. But if the parents are not educated,
Exactly.
what's going to happen?
As the man said, I can't read, but you give me 2 books. How that gonna work? How that gonna work? I can't read, but you give me 2 books. Man, now
But
people
in
are
any
sick.
event, I listened to you with that issue with the graduation. That's totally unacceptable.
It's going on for years. For years.
Well, like you say, if they, people are complacent, they're not complaining.
That's right. Then they want to kill me.
Silence is consent.
They want to kill me for being the messenger. Are the people who scared to speak and who don't want to speak. It's glaring us in our face. That nonsense should not be accepted. Never.
I know. I mean, parents look forward to this event, and it was disheartening to hear parents with invitation couldn't get a seat.
That's right. Couldn't get in.
I'm like, that's ridiculous. But anyway, thanks for the time.
No problem. Anytime. All right.
Okay.
Yeah.
Memory is full. If the remote access.
Line 2 call back. Somebody was trying to get on line 2. But definitely, man, it's sad. I got 6 minutes left. I hope that the person called back. It was line 2. Anyway. It's crazy. It's crazy. I tell you, I got a document, nobody can't tell me. They get millions. Then they say the money didn't enough. 7 million wasn't enough. They did okay, the car coming back. They did the place they buy, and I was hope clean it up. Okay, line 2. Good afternoon. Welcome to the show.
Yeah, Mr. Boy.
Yes, good afternoon.
Good afternoon again. Let me tell you something. You know what's happening now? The work is plentiful, but the laborers are few.
Yeah.
That's something like biblical, a little biblical in there. God used to say what the harvest is plentiful,
Right.
but the laborers are few.
Few, right. Yes.
The work is plentiful, but there's no laborers. Nothing. So I need to tell you, I thought to me that's what's going on,
Yeah, that's true.
What is happening. And I said, listen to that, that's a little bit in there. Okay, we got to pay attention, right?
Yeah.
Okay, I continue listening.
No problem. Thank you for the call.
You're welcome.
Yeah. That lady is so right. Laborers are few. We ain't prepare young people in all these things coming up for years. These people is insult to society. And they tell you how they love the Virgin Island, they give you a BS lecture on the VI. When they help bring the place to the ground where it is. It's all by design. All by this. Listen, she talking about civic teaching in school. I got a list. Swimming, agriculture, finance. I forget some of them. They got a list. They ain't teaching them in school. They got excuse. We the excuse capital of the world. Like how the idiot gonna say, Fahie always complaining. I'm a complainer. I'm a professional complainer and idiotic idiots. They need to get complaining. Like the lady said, you hear the people that affect down the road yesterday. They are cheering in them, complaining. Fahie and nobody, they graduating, but Fahie complaining for them. That's right. You hear one of them Call the radio station and complain. Say nothing. Not one. The only how people know that happen because I call the radio station. I get on the radio and say it. I read the thing that come out. I read it. You don't see nobody to affect. You don't, so the idiot them think what they did is right. And next thing gonna happen again. People need to go stop and go sit down. Oh yeah. And as Choco McIntosh said, his show will be on at 5 instead of 6 today. Definitely his show gonna be on at 6 instead of 6. It's gonna go from 5 to 7 this afternoon. I tune in and listen to some good old music. Music ringing. No problem. Yeah, and next week, I have to thank Mary again. No, what the heck? Okay. You know, she afforded me the opportunity to be on her show. I'm gonna be on again next week. Definitely. With the info for the people, about the people, and big up all the training I play over in St. Craig this weekend. The league down in Wim, it was awesome. You know, I went Friday, Saturday, and Sunday. And people, they had a talent show at Mr. P Place Sunday. You could have run out through the place, which was young people. I was quite disappointed in the adults turnout. Children with talent, people. Talent. Oh, my peace. Brother, all I miss something. I expect a Sunday afternoon from 2 till 5 or 2 till 6, people to show up. They ain't show up to support the young people. It was a big up all who put it on. Don't give up. Keep another one. I have to congratulate everybody who had hand in it. As I said before, and the league thing, it was awesome. I got to big up all of them and that too. Enough respect. You know. And right now I have another 1 minute left. So I'm going to close out the show, but Choco Knight gonna come in. Chuck McIntosh gonna come in from 5 to 7 this afternoon. On his show. Not from 6, from 5. It's always a pleasure coming in, speaking to the people, listening to the cry of the people, informing the people properly, not frauding the people. I come with facts, not friction or fraud. I have no intention of frauding the people of the Virgin Islands. When I come on the radio, I come with facts. Some people might not like how I speak. More power to them. Me have to sugarcoat nothing for nobody. Me want you sugarcoat nothing for me. And I thank, as I said again, I thank Mary Moorhead for giving me the opportunity. Next week I'll be back again. As long as I'm on the island and I ain't doing nothing, and she asked me, I will come and take care of the show. It's a pleasure. I have to go. Thank you all for listening. And hope you all join me again next week with facts that happening in the Virgin Islands. Not fraud, not lies. I'm out. Okay, this one. Okay,